or share with you the current revision. These indicators were first launched in 2018. And because digital is such a fast-changing sector, there has been a need to revise these indicators, and that process is underway, nearly complete, and we'll hear more about that today. So we'll hear from the opening remarks from the UNESCO office here in Addis at a later stage, but to give us an overview of this framework, I'm very happy to welcome Tatevic Grigorian, from UNESCO, where she's the Associate Program Specialist, and she leads the work on the Internet Universality Indicators. Tatevic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much, Aniet, for the moderation and for being one of the key people in creation and revision and promotion of this important work that we're doing. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Like Aniet already presented me, I'll just put up my presentation just to give you an overview of is coming up of the Internet Universality Indicators, of its application across the world, and also updates on the revision process. So just to mention very quickly that yes. One second, because I know he needs to leave soon too, no? We started with my presentation, so because you had a meeting at 9, another meeting, no?
No, I will start with this one, and then
yes.
I will join.
So shall we switch? Give you the floor now, and then
finish the presentation.
But I just started.
I think we can finish.
Yeah, finish.
I think, sorry to disrupt this, but in fact, our opening speaker has just arrived, and Tatevic hasn't launched, so we can. So I'm very pleased. My name's Henriette Esrohuisen, to welcome Abdoulaye Salifou, who is the acting chief for UNESCO at the moment, but chief of education, I understand. So Abdoulaye, thanks for joining us, and you have the floor.
I was managed to start with Internet Governance Forum for Africa before I joined the other team. So again, apologies. So sorry. My name is Abdoulaye Salifou, as my colleague said. I am a member of the Internet Governance Forum for Africa also, because I am also an expert of ICT. So I am at home, if you can say that. Okay, so let's see, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I'm here today to deliver this speech on behalf of Dr. Rita Bissonot, who is the director of UNESCO Liaison Office, to African Union, to ECA, and the representative office to Ethiopia. As of today, only 46% of African population, or approximately 646 people, had access to internet in Africa. The access to electricity remains a huge problem. While this reflects a significant increase from previous years, ongoing improvement in telecommunication infrastructure and the widespread adoption of mobile devices, more substantial investment are needed to widen access to the internet to reduce the digital divide in the age of AI and advanced technology. In September 2024, the UN leaders adopted a Pact of the Future that includes a global digital compact and a declaration on future generation. The pact aims, above all, to ensure that international institutions can deliver in the face of a world that has changed dramatically since they were created. The Global Digital Compact, annexed to the Pact, is the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation and AI governance. The Compact is a huge commitment to design, use, govern technology for the benefit of all. The Digital Compact is a commitment, as I said, for internet governance. Above all, the compacts include the following commitment from the leaders of the world: connect all people to internet. First. Second, anchor digital cooperation in human rights and internet law. Third, make the online space safe for all. Fourth, internet AI governance with a roadmap that includes an international scientific panel and a global policy dialogue on AI. And finally, make data more open and accessible with agreement on open source data, models, and standards. Dear colleagues, the theme of this year at the African Internet Governance built on multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa perfectly reflects the main outcome of the Global Digital Compact, calling for an internet future that is truly inclusive. UNESCO shares this position, recognizing that while universal connectivity is essential, our mission must go further. We are committed to promoting universal values that shape how we access and use the internet, ensuring that it remains a tool for inclusive and sustainable development. In response to this need, UNESCO has been at the forefront of human-centered internet through the Internet Universality Norms, Principles and Indicators, endorsed by our General Conference in 2015. The Rome Principle envision an internet which is right, based on human rights, which is open, which is accessible to all, supported by multi-stakeholder participation and attentive cross-cutting issues such as gender, climate change. Based on this principle, UNESCO, through extensive global consultation, developed the ROM's Internet Universality Indicator Framework, which enables countries to voluntarily assess the state of internet development at national level to create actionable policy recommendation that supports stakeholders to work toward a human-centered internet. Since its inception in 2015, Africa has been a proud leader of the implementation of ROMS, with the more assessment taking place here than any other region. Currently, 15 out of 14 ongoing evaluations are in African countries, with 4 completed assessment reports. Africa has also led the way with follow-up assessment, as Kenya has conducted the first evaluation on this kind of measure, the impact of initial ROMS assessment on its national internet landscape and policies. The ROMS assessment have also had a substantial impact in Africa, with finding informing national internet strategy and policy throughout the region. Over the past years, UNESCO has engaged stakeholders through survey, interview, and consultation to strengthen this framework. African researchers' insight has been invaluable to this process, positively shaping the revised OMS framework, which UNESCO will launch during a high-level session at the upcoming Internet Governance Forum in December 15 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We will be delighted to have you join us at this important occasion in Riyadh. I will conclude by saying that I look forward to the productive discussion ahead, and I hope on behalf of UNESCO that together we can build an internet that truly embodies the value of human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-holder participation. So thank you for your attention and welcome to Addis.
Thank you very much, Abdoulaye. And we understand you have other commitments, so you just feel free to leave whenever you need to.
Okay.
Tatovik, shall we go back to look at the overview of the indicators?
Thank you, Ayet, and thank you so much, Abdoulaye, for joining us and welcoming us in Addis, and also for the comprehensive overview of already the II framework. Like you mentioned, the ROMEX framework stands for an internet that is based on human rights and is open and accessible to all, and is governed by multi-stakeholder participation, addresses important cross-cutting issues such as gender equality, the environment, safety and security online, among others. So, just to say, why is UNESCO doing this work? First of all, UNESCO has the mandate of promoting free flow of information, also ensuring universal access to information, and also providing our member states with tools to support the inclusive digital transformation. And actually, now this concept of internet universality was back then the updated position of UNESCO on the internet with its 4 principles, which led to the creation of this framework. As my colleague mentioned, the aim of this framework, which comprised a number of indicators. I'll go to the revision, but originally it had 300 indicators, which offered the stakeholders, different stakeholders at different countries to pick and adapt use the indicators based on their national context to voluntarily assess their internet development at the national level with no intention of ranking or comparison, but solely aimed at assessing the internet at the national level, seeing where the gaps are, where the country was doing well, thus having this comprehensive overview and formulating policy-based, evidence-based policy recommendations, actionable recommendations for diverse stakeholders. Actually using also the IGF multi-stakeholder advisory board model, where diverse stakeholder groups come together to excuse me, steer and guide the process, and later on validate the findings and recommendations. So it's a holistic approach to assessing the internet development, number one, and also providing these actionable policy recommendations for inclusive digital transformation in a country. And my colleague mentioned the GDC, but also to mention that, of course, it's not a standalone framework. It works well and hand in hand with other available frameworks and indicators to support the efforts at national level to have this inclusive digital transformation, but also contribute to the achievement of sustainable excuse me, development goals. As mentioned, so far since its inception, there are over 40 countries that have done the assessment. Currently, there are 35 ongoing. As my colleague mentioned, Africa has been at the forefront of these countries with 15 across Africa, different regions, sub-regions of Africa implementing the assessment. Kenya, of course, being the first one to conduct a follow-up assessment to see the progress and to see the impact of the first assessment. Here is the list of the countries divided by geographical location. And you can have a better overview here. In fact, you can see that you basically have the assessments ongoing across the world, which proves the value and importance of the assessment and of course evidence-based policy making.
That needs to be
somebody needs.
Yeah.
Yes. So we mentioned, yes. No. So these are the countries that have published the report, and UNESCO supports the implementation of the assessment by providing technical guidance and support throughout the process. And in fact, we have, if the UNESCO commits to co-publish the report, it requires a thorough quality assurance process. And in fact, we have a number of countries that, including Ethiopia, that have completed the assessment successfully and have the report ready, and it just takes a little while to get it published on UNESCO website and ensure the quality criteria that we must have. So now, so Annette also mentioned that since the beginning, since the creation of the framework, we realized that this framework would require the revision and updates after within a few years, considering the fast evolving nature of the digital technologies and internet. To make sure that we meet the requirements of the member states and stakeholders to give them an up-to-date tool to really use to advance their digital policies. And also, we've already supported the implementation in over 40 countries, and we've gained valuable experience and lessons learned. So based on this criteria and these requirements, and also taking into consideration this publication process to see how we could simplify it and how we could accelerate this process as well, we launched the revision of the IUI framework last year. And Annette has been an essential part of this revision, and we actually do have the framework nearly ready, and we're working on the final details of the layout, and we will be launching it in Riyadh during the global IGF on the 15th of December, as my colleague mentioned. But just to say what's new, perhaps for those of you who haven't used the indicators before, this wouldn't be a ground for comparison, but just to let you know that in this new structure, we have overarching questions for each of these themes. Of course, we maintain the themes and the principles because it's the core of the principle of the concept of the internet universality and the core of this framework. What we changed is having overarching questions for each theme to help the researchers and the stakeholders to really give analysis, overarching analysis of the situation, and each of these are then themes are divided into sub-themes. Categories are divided into themes with core questions within the themes and indicators that support this overall analysis. And we have a more simplified list of sources and means of verification to help guide the evaluation process. These are I will not read out, but these are the examples I can see on the screen that is not very well reflected, and I'm sorry about
You
that.
can see it on Zoom. If you are
Yes.
logged into the Zoom, you will be able to see it.
But I will also be very happy to share this with you. Yes, I will be happy to share, just to give you an idea of what we have as an overarching question. And this is, for example, the structure, if you will, of advanced digital technologies. For example, one of the themes basically dealing with addressing AI. You can see the structure here, and I hope, yes, you can. No. Yes. Anyway, I will be happy to share.
Yes.
So here I just have a few examples of the impact that the IUI assessments have, and I intentionally did not include only African countries, just to demonstrate how diverse the impact and meaning of the IUI assessments can be. And what I must highlight is how relevant it is for different countries at different level of their digital advancement or development. So we can't say that it's relevant only for developing countries or developed countries. So it's relevant for all. For example, Germany, for example, was one of important showcases where the findings of the assessments were presented to the parliaments, and the findings were reflected in their coalition treaty. And of course, we have Senegal, where demonstrated on the slide. We have other countries examples as well, and colleagues will tell you more. But I have Senegal here, where the assessment facilitated the implementation of the 2025 digital strategy for the country. So I'll conclude here, just to say that we also, you can reach out to me anytime. You have my contact there, and I'm happy to talk after the session as well and take any questions. You can also join our dynamic coalition. We have IGF Dynamics coalition as well. Please feel free to join and participate in the discussion around this important topic and receive our news and be included in the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tatavik. And well, we have two people who've hands-on experience. Is Professor Mulatu with us? No, Professor Mulatu, there you are, excellent. So we have two people that have had hands-on experience in applying the indicators. We have Professor Mulatu, who was part of the Ethiopian implementation team, and we have Kosi Aminu from the Ministry of Finance. Kosi, what is your ministry again? Economy and Finance in Benin, who is one of the first countries that applied the indicators. But before we give them an opportunity, I have some questions for them. Does anybody in the room have questions based on the information Tatavik has shared with you today? Any general questions about the indicators? No one. Well, I will move in a second, but Professor Mulatu, let's start with you. I mean, from your perspective, what do you feel were the most significant insights that you gained from applying the framework in Ethiopia? And were there any surprises that you, did it tend to confirm existing perceptions and understandings, or do you feel you also learned something new that you weren't necessarily that aware of?
Thank you, Sanit.
The time when we start the assessment was, very tough nationally, because one, the new government was under establishment, and second, COVID was, widespread. So the primary challenge were, finding data, reaching out, those government and private offices, because we were.
Can you just close the door? It's very noisy. Thanks. Go ahead.
So reaching out to individuals, experts, and various individuals in the offices, since they were closed, was very tough. But we managed to, reach them out through digitally. So that was the primary challenge. Then after collecting the data, the primary, issue we have come across were lack of data.
In fact, I was going to ask you, because I think that's a common challenge in many countries, that the data just isn't readily available.
Yes. So we primarily went to the Ethiopian Statistics Agency, where it is supposed to, hold all the data. They make census, periodically, counting population. So yes, they have the data about, some population demography, something like that, but they didn't have a single indicator metric for IT-based data. That was very surprising. Then we tell them why they shouldn't include in the future. They told us to bring some recommendation. We bring them that recommendation and we discuss. We are following up, but it needs, top-bottom approach in our case to include those indicators into the census. That is the first surprise. We were very much, challenged. Then we expected, so many collaborations from stakeholders like, Ministry of Innovation, Ethiopian Network Security Agency, and other, stakeholders who are supposed to support, so that, this assessment will give them empirical based indications where the internet development is lagging vis-a-vis other countries. So from many of them, we didn't get the expected support. That is the second one. So we try to, approach, since we were academicians, we were not, affiliated to any political, affiliation. So that will give us, cushion to push them further, to knock again and again. So finally, many of them have provided the data. Then, after collecting and analyzing the data, the indicators are also, many of them are surprising. For example, Ethio Telecom, which have been, monopolizing the Ethiopian telecom service provision, reporting that it is monopolizing the telecom industry to provide access in rural areas. But that's not true. Yes. One, basically, it's not its own fault, because to have internet or telecom infrastructure, you need electricity. So if there is no electricity, it's meaningless. We are not adopting, the renewable energy in rural areas, which is very easy, for example, in Ethiopia, because you have the solar energy. So we surprised in that aspect. Then during our assessment, ECA was under establishment. ECA is Ethiopian Communications Authority, which is supposed to regulate the telecom industry and other aspects. Yeah. So they immediately given an assignment to bring, private operators. So Safaricom has gone. Then we are, somewhat relieved from the monopoly. So things went better, but we didn't include in that report the Safaricom because it was under establishment. So that was the issue. The other one, we were surprised that we didn't, since census is not there, and telecom doesn't do any assessment, and Mint, Ministry of Innovation and Technology, and other ministries before it, has never done any assessment in any other regional cities about ICT. So that was very surprising because Mint is federal government office. So it is supposed to, it is only doing its job on, in Addis and main cities, not in towns and others. So that was another surprise, which we actually gave them as a feedback. So these are, the surprises we have.
Let me just ask you one follow-up question and then we'll move to Kosi. Do you think that in the process of this, you managed to convince the statistical agency, the ministry, and now the new Ethiopian Communications Authority that data gathering is essential? Do you think they absorb that message? Have you seen changes in their practices? Will the next Ethiopian census include communications and internet access related indicators?
And the problem is not individual. The officers can understand. But enacting a policy to include that one, it's higher level decision. That is the problem. So in our discussion, even one expert told us, I tried to propose some indicators like computer, but they said it's not the time. So it needs high level discussion.
Thanks for that. But I want to just stress that, in fact, this has been one of the very valuable outcomes of the application of the indicators in many countries, that it reveals to what extent the public sector, the existing official statistics, the institutions that should be collecting data. So that's your National Statistical Office that collects census data. That is industry. All regulators are supposed to get data from operators. That data hasn't been available. And unless you have other independent or individual research, you just don't have the data. And I think that's one of the powerful impacts of the indicators, because on the one hand, in the developing world, everyone talks about evidence-based policy. It's supposed to be the way that we should be making policy. But how can policymakers actually apply that approach if the data is not available? And I think that's one of the important outcomes of the indicators, is that it has revealed that shortage of data. But let's look at a case where Kosi, can you share how in Benin you've actually, do you feel that in Benin the information you gathered for applying the indicators has helped with the implementation and development of strategies in the ministry?
Thank you, Annette. The statement, the report we do in Benin, we do it with research people in the leadership of Professor Alain Kiyendo. We greet him now. When we start that job, we look at the data on our Institute of Statistics, and also in our digital ministry, regulator also have some data.
Sorry, that's me. Go ahead.
That information was very good for researcher people, but also appreciated by government, because the information we collect is real, is close to the reality. And when we go to a validation process, governments see the gap of the action we need to put on table to let internet, for example, available for people in rural area, urban area, and also for their activities in agricultural area, in making trade, and something like that. The challenge we have is how to have that data every time available and full, real, with the reality of our region. When we have, for example, the data of use mobile phone, we have some statistics in regulatory area, which is different of the statistics you have in Institute of Statistics.
Yeah.
We don't know what kind of statistic is correct, what is bad, what can be regulated. That is the challenge you have. But every time when you have that kind of challenge, the information you have in Institute of Statistics is the legal information we can use.
Yeah.
When we look at the job we do in Benin, for example, we see that internet in some area are not available for students. We have two big universities, one in the south and one in the north. The people who are in the north, I don't have bandwidth, very good bandwidth. And we start with World Bank and other partners, the project to provide solution for the gap we saw when we are doing the assessment. And we put two kind of project on place. One called WURI, which provides ID for everyone in Benin. The second one is a project called Payten. I don't know how to call it in English, but that project provides the cent for internet provider. They make call for public call and let internet provider to come on board and tell us when we put internet in the north, some village where we don't have internet today, how much cost we need to do it, how much support government can provide to let that job be doing very well. And government provides support. With that cost, we make internet in place. We provide also this digital center in some village, provide computer for them, provide solar system also in energy, solar system energy, and let students in that area to have internet with solar system, also learn their course for study. After this process, we see the importance to provide public service for everyone. We have a platform for everyone. You need your ID, your birthday paper, for example. You can go online in your village, make your request and receive in your village directly your birthday paper. It's not necessary to move from this area to another one before gets it. That is the benefit we have today because we have internet in some village where we don't have it before.
And thanks, Kosi. And did the application of the indicators help you to
Very well.
make that level of prioritization? I mean, it's a really useful example because if university students don't have internet access, then that immediately is going to impact the quality of the access to education that they have. I think the other example I can cite, which always I find interesting, is that when Germany applied the indicators, they thought they would score perfectly on everything, but they found that they were excluding migrants. Now, there are a lot of migrants in Germany, and they found that in the centers where illegal immigrants or immigrants that are awaiting, that are asylum seekers, that they were held in certain centers and they had no access to the internet. In those centers. So and I don't think that the team in Germany, also academics, government, civil society, a multi-stakeholder team, they did not expect to discover that. It was not something they were aware of. So I think that is something about the methodology of the indicators that you can discover gaps and opportunities which you might not have been aware of. We don't have much more time. I mean, I think Tatovic has covered everything. I don't think Lillian is online. Is she with
No,
us?
I don't think
She's
so.
not. From Uganda. Uganda has also used the indicators. But Tatovic, do you want to add anything, or do you have any more questions? I have more questions, but I want to open it to the room as well.
I actually wanted to ask you.
Yes, go ahead.
Questions. Thank you, Adiet, and thank you so much, Kosi and Asrat, for providing these examples and your experience. I would just wanted to ask you, Adiet, you've been at the heart of the first audio regional indicators, and you played a key role in the revision of the indicators, and we really appreciate your support. How do you think this new updated indicators build on the experience really, and how do they, how do they address the current internet governance challenges perhaps better? And how do you think the regional cooperation could amplify the impact of IUI across African countries?
Thank you. I'd like to start with your last question, actually, because I think this is where, and I'm not part of UNESCO, so I'm actually making this as a proposal for UNESCO. You know, I think it's clear from research done through the indicators, but also from other research. For example, the country studies done by Research ICT Africa, they've just completed their research in Ethiopia. That is an organization based in South Africa, the University of Cape Town, where they do household surveys. And in fact, they've done one in Ethiopia. They use quite sophisticated sampling techniques. They interview people on the street all over a country where they do a study. And they ask about mobile phone ownership. They ask about gender indicators. Now, their research is much more detailed in many respects. It's a different methodology, but they are encountering the same problems that we encounter with the IUIs. And that is that countries, particularly in Africa, but not only in Africa, do not have the data. And exactly as Asrat said, the decision that indicators that relate to telecoms should be introduced at census level is quite political, because many governments don't want that data. They'd much rather use GSMA Association data, which measures SIM cards. And in Africa, when you measure SIM cards, your penetration looks quite good, because how many people in this room has more than one SIM card? Put up your hand if you have more than one SIM card. Yes, so there is a certain level of reluctance amongst policymakers to gather this data, because also governments don't want to look bad. They don't want their progress to look bad. So I think what we can do with this scarcity of data and working with UNESCO is to really bring together academics, people in government, with UN agencies, with the central statistical agencies, with government officials, to really get this message across that if we as Africans are going to take control of our own policy making and implementation, we need to collect the data. We shouldn't rely on the World Bank or other international institutions, or the ITU or GSMA for data. We need to collect our own data and then use that data for our policy making. So I think that's one way in which we can use it. As for the revision of the indicators, I think it reflects the reality that many policymakers and implementers have to deal with in Africa. And that is that on the one hand, we have the legacy of digital inequality, which continues. It's not really shifting, or maybe how it's composed shifts. But in fact, if you look at statistics of internet penetration in Africa, even though the statistics is not very reliable, it's reduced. It's gone down from about 40% to the high 30s. If you look at access to electricity in Africa in the last 3 years, it's also reduced, particularly as a result of drought in countries where they depend on hydro. Some of the big dams, Cabora Bassa in Mozambique, Kariba on the border between Zambia and Malawi and Zimbabwe, the turbines aren't operating because the dam levels are so low. So I think that's, so we have digital inequality, we have insufficient access to electricity. That's on the one end, but on the other hand, we also have we have the challenge of dealing with emerging tech. Abdullahi mentioned the Global Digital Compact, the importance of data governance, the importance of policies that can respond to artificial intelligence, other emerging challenges. Cybersecurity is another internet governance challenge that many of our governments are preoccupied with. And I think what the indicators can do, the revision of the indicators, I think it brings in these emerging challenges. It's been updated to have more accommodation for AI, for data related, for data protection, but also other data governance related policies. But it still retains that very strong emphasis on understanding inequality and digital inequality in your national context. And of course, digital inequality is going to impact on the success of e-government programs, of educational programs, and any kind of public health initiative. And I think that's a real strength of the indicators, is that the revision allows us to accommodate some of the emerging debates and challenges, but it hasn't lost its grounding in those fundamental ROM principles: rights, openness, accessibility, and the multi-stakeholder process. So I think that I would say is a particular strength. And I think that's helpful to governments because they are also exposed to new demands. For example, what are the AI policies? You know, what we also now in Africa have the Malabo Convention, which has been ratified. So we have to deal with that as well. But the indicators are there to always bring us back at looking at the big picture and adopt a holistic approach.
Right.
Are you back with us? There you are. Any other questions in the room? Please go ahead, introduce yourself. I've got your hand. We'll start over here and then we'll move over there.
My name is Professor D.P. Sharma. I want to ask the question with the perspective of digital diplomacy and research. As you mentioned that, you have revised the assessment framework with more than 300 indicators. Then how we can validate the assessment that has already been done? Because there should be two frameworks. One framework is the assessment, another one is validation of the assessment framework. Until and unless, there may be some biasness. What is the sample size? What is the sample element? What is the sample site itself? So size, site, and elements, there are certain, different kind of things which may hamper the outcomes, which way, just like, garbage in, garbage out. If the input which is created after the assessment will go for the policy making, if it is wrong, then the policy may divert from its objectives. As far as the data availability is concerned, accessibility is concerned. For example, some countries have their own policy. They have their open access repository of all the government data. And if you don't believe or don't feel that this data is not sufficient or up to the mark or up to the date, then you can ask them under RTI, right to information. Right to information, there is a 1 month's time foundation. If the officer will not provide, he is having some sort of different measurements. So you have to get this information and you have to mention this is for the research purpose, academic purpose, or some other purpose. So is there any model framework which will validate the assessment framework's outcome for the particular country or case study? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Let's have a second question and then are there any other hands? We'll take these 3 questions and then we'll respond.
Yes. Hi, this is Amjad Shwehdi. I work in research and digital policies from Libya. I believe most of the implementers are governmental organizations, and we always, the gentlemen here, they mentioned that there was like no data, or if there's data, it's like it's not open data. So the question here, how can we ensure the integrity of these data, and how is that some governments, they might use the UN, UNESCO, UNDP, NDCs just for political wins, because I saw that in the eGov development index this year, and some governments are like, wow, hitting up in the records, but the reality it's not at all. So the integrity of data, and again, how can we evaluate the outcomes of these implementations, assessments?
Thank you for that. And then our third question.
Thank you so much. My name is Damilare Oyedele. I'm representing IFLA. My question is around the accessibility components of the ROMEX principle in terms of how libraries are key partners in fostering digital inclusion. So as we move from principles to action, I'm curious to know are there specific plans in place to engage libraries in addressing connectivity and digital inclusion in communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ifla. Do you want to start by responding to that, Asrat? Let's give it to Asrat and Kosi, and then Tajivik, you can add.
The questions are relevant and interesting. That was one of the challenges we faced when we are doing the assessment. Since the group is, as I said earlier at the beginning, even when we are applying for the research fund, we evaluated ourselves first, whether we are, biased or not. So I, as a lead, make sure that the data we get should be evaluated, seriously. Then the point you have raised is very critical, and we have tried to triangulate some data. And the fact is, as you said, some agencies, skewed to the benefit some entity, the others, so we have seen that. Then we have tried, whatever we can do by various tools to make the data appropriate. That's one of the confidence we have when we go to the government officers. We tried our best to avoid biasness from any entity. Okay, so that was one of the critical points we have seen. So we have tried to triangulate the data through different means. For instance, due to, as I'm an educator for the last 20 plus years, some of the government officers used to be my colleagues, my students, or my classmates. So informally, as Professor said, I will go and ask them, you have an obligation to provide this data, at least as a friend. So they somehow will give me the data, additional data, which is beyond the publicly available. So we try to, triangulate and assess what the data really is factual or not. That is important. The other Professor raised is the validation of the assessment. That's a very good point, which I think we have raised this during the revision of the IOIs to have, something like comparative analysis or assessment between countries and some kind of validating the facts after the reports are generated. And I hope it will be a part of the future IOI framework. So maybe if you allow me to add some points, due to this assessment, we are working with ITU to have some data repository thing. We have submitted a proposal, and another effort is we are working with the lawyers for human rights on educating, enlightening, the public and policymakers about, the critical fact in Ethiopia currently is shutting down internet and throttling it. So we are working with them. Yesterday we were having, pre-IDC conference where the Ethiopian Communications Authority, MINT, and other stakeholders were present. So we are working with them, to enlighten and educate individuals, lawyers, and other stakeholders, and to go beyond that, depending on the situation. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Asrat. And just before I give to Kosi, it's probably worth also stressing that two characteristics of the IUIs. Firstly, it's not a quantitative assessment tool. The IUI framework itself doesn't collect quantitative data. It uses existing sources of data, and that's why the triangulation becomes so important. And then secondly, it is not a ranking tool. And I mean, for the points that you've just outlined, the points from the participant from Libya, UNESCO very deliberately, and the UNESCO member states, this was a decision made by governments themselves, that the framework doesn't rank countries in terms of how good or how bad internet universality is in that country. And that was a very deliberate decision to try and depoliticize the research process and make it much more learning oriented. And so that's, and then I think the other aspect of the validation as well is, and I think maybe the Kenyan case is a good example. Sometimes there isn't enough, it's also expensive, so you don't want to make it too expensive. So in some ways, the best way of validating the data is to redo the methodology, every 5 years or so. And then that will also give you a sense of how accurate your initial assessment was if you go back and redo it. But Kosi, do you have some answers? And then I believe there's a question online.
Okay, thank you, Mariette. For myself, when we are talking about data, it's not open data. We are not talking about open data. Open data is another strategy process. But we are looking at what we are now, what is the gap, how we can change the thing to have inclusion be result for every people in the town. That is the key question we are resolved with this assessment. It's not we are coming to see if government are doing well or not. That is not a process. If it's like that, research will be very difficult because the government don't like people to come and say, no, you are not doing your job. Government don't like that. And also when we are talking about collecting data is not only in government area. We have also data in private sector area. We have data in civil society area. We collect all that data and see how is the challenge for us globally, at what level we have now, and where we can go with how kind of action we can do together to move on. That is the process I see. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I just want to respond a bit to the question from Ifla. Well, maybe indirectly, just that in many countries, libraries library associations become part of the team. And that's so important. One of the real success criteria of the indicator framework is how you compile your research team from the outset. And so having institutions, sectors that are involved in public access to the internet or public access to information, such as libraries, which take different shapes in different countries, is absolutely vital. And I think before you entered the room, we actually heard from an example in Benin, where by applying the indicators, they realized that there were university students who didn't have any access. And in response, they prioritized a rollout program for public access in that part of the country and access in the university. Tatovik, what is the online question?
Actually, before we move to the online question, I wanted to add or comment on the idea that it's mostly the government organizations that do the assessment. I must say that this is not, in fact, the reality. So most of the countries that carry out the assessment, in most of the countries, we have an independent research team that leads the assessment. And it is not only a government, it's not a government commissioned assessment. The government role is very important. Also, one of the main policy implementers and creators, initiators, but it's an independent research team. And we mentioned the multi-stakeholder advisory board. So we always highlight that the process of the assessment is as important as the outcome itself, as a report. Why? Because one of the major steps after the establishment of the research team, which is really diverse. It's not one person, it's led by a lead researcher, but it's a diverse team with diverse expertise, because it's so broad the topics vary from legal frameworks, the application of human rights online to open markets, open data, universal access to information, and other aspects that it does require a team of researchers. This is one, and the establishment of multi-stakeholder advisory board is really essential, and it has been in place for all the countries, and the assessments were guided by these multi-stakeholder advisory board members, which comprise of government representatives at the but more at the technical level, so that we have relevant people from the ministry and expert who can guide the researchers where there is data is not necessarily publicly available, or guide in other aspects of their respective fields. Private sector, academia, civil society organizations, media, and others. So it's a collective effort, and it's not dominated by one party. And then the validation, of course, is multi-stakeholder as well. Yes, the question online is, can you please explain more how SDGs and Agenda 2064 are taken into consideration in developing the IUI indicators? Shall I take it? Do you want to take it?
You can take it.
So I mentioned, I think perhaps we gave already more information, but I should highlight again that the indicators, as I said, are very diverse, and they are dealing within each principle. We have 5 to 7 themes that deal with diverse aspects related to these categories and principles, whether it's access to information, for example, people with disabilities, or the availability of content in local or indigenous languages, and different aspects of media education, for example, media information literacy and digital skills. These are open educational resources where also we have a role and actually partnership and cooperation with the libraries in this regard as well. So these are all aspects which are addressed by these indicators, by this framework, which have been in the heart of the original indicators and also the revision. So these are addressed through the indicators contributing to the global agenda. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Tatovik. Any other questions? Online or in the room? I want to ask Tatovik a question, but Abdullah, go ahead.
I just want to try to respond to the question, because they ask how Internet universality indicator contributes to the agenda 2063.
How it relates to it.
Yes,
Yeah.
to African Union. Yes, because African Union has its own framework. First of all, we have this agenda 2063 with the foundation for also ICT, for AI. I think it's off.
No, it is. You're pushing the black button.
Okay. Okay, sorry. So I am saying that African Union has its own agenda 2063, Africa, if we want Africa that we want. And this Africa has various frameworks regarding AI, regarding ICT. For instance, we have the CESAR 2063 to 2016 to 2025. This is a continental strategy on education. It has expired. But let's say that early this month, from 4th to 8th, African Union Ministers of Education adopted a new strategy, 2026 2036. And one of the outcomes is focused on integrating ICT and AI in education, taking into account open education resources, open data, of course. And we have also our CISA, STI, that means Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, is expired this year, and the ministerial meeting of African Union of Education also adopted a new strategy for CISA, and open science, open data is part of that. The third one I want to refer to also, we have this Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection Malabo Convention. We have AU Data Security Strategy. We have AU Child Online Safety and Employment Policy. And we have the Regional Economic Community Digital Strategy that emphasizes entrepreneurship, ICT use for development and skills. So it contributes, of course, because the data, the survey, the indicator talks and help to do a better diagnosis. So that's what I want to add.
In fact, yes, so I think that, as Abdullahi said, the data you gather through the IUI can help implement regional strategies. But actually, the regional strategies, there are specific questions and indicators that would have the team assess the extent to which a particular country is applying and making use of regional strategies. So you'll find, for example, if you're looking at the cybersecurity related indicators, there'll be questions about whether this country has domesticated or drawn on regional instruments, such as the Malabo Convention. So it actually goes both ways as well. It also does encourage the research team to look at the extent to which that particular country is articulating to the SDGs or to the Agenda 2063 or other instruments. And in that sense, I think Abdullahi spoke about the Global Digital Compact earlier. And I think the indicators will also be an opportunity to look, if they wanted to, the countries get a lot of freedom in how they apply the indicators. If they wanted to look at Global Digital Compact objectives and commitments, that could also quite easily be built in. Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tasfa from Barda University. I'm wondering if among the indicators in Africa, which indicators lack data? If you assess from those countries which makes those assessments or makes assessments, and what might be the reason of lacking those data? Because the indicators might not be the same. I just applied for the same region and country. So take like Eastern Africa, which indicators are working better, and southern part of Africa or just West Africa. So then it's possible to modify the indicators based on that, update the modifier, and take an Ethiopian context, maybe Dr. Asrat may say something. So where do you lack? And the more interventions that we need to do on those indicators. The second question, in your experience, is the assessment inclusive? Because in Ethiopia, because the situation was not good, so rural areas not in a part. Maybe after access, they do house to house survey, but still there is a problem there. Because I know just the assessments they do it, they travel a lot, but it's even the information they gathered might not be reliable sometimes. People are not interested to give real information. Even if you just go home to home, you just door to door. So can you just reflect on that from the experience? Thank you.
Thanks. Those are very interesting and challenging questions. And I think we should make that the last question, because you both your questions, because they are so interesting. I just have one other question I wanted to ask Tatevik. If you want to start this process, where do you start? How do you start? Let's say country, Libya, X country wants to start, how do you do that? But let's first hear responses from this question. Are there different patterns in availability of access to data in different parts of the continent? And then the process. You also asked about the process. How inclusive is the process really? I want to make just one technical point in response, and that is that the indicators are designed. You couldn't see the slides really, but there's a question. You start with a question. So the question could be, is there how much gender equity is there in access? Then it proposes data sources, different data sources, so that if you don't have one particular data source, you could try another one. And then for every area, there are also supplementary questions. So you could go into more detail, and they are optional. So it does give quite a lot of flexibility. But let's start with Kosi. Do you want to respond to these questions?
Give our experience. We will start by discussion with government. Is it possible for us to do the reports, the statement for Benin? Is it possible or not? Government say, okay, put on the table multi-stakeholder staff, and we will see who is part of the staff. First, you need to know if we are all the stakeholders effectively inside. If we are just research people are coming to say government are not doing his job, something like that. Well, it's ready for them that we are government people inside, research people, private internet provider, also specific private people and civil society actor. All of them are on the boards of a multi-stakeholder space. Now the research people take the statement and explain how is it exactly, how we can understand this question, where we can collect the data for this question. Is it in private area? Is it in public area? Is it in civil society area? We select all the process and now put on the table the research people, the person who will go area by area to collect information. When we finish doing that, the researcher, professor, and all the doctor take all the information and review if it's correct or not correct, design it very well before we start now the evaluation of each part of the statement. When we are finished the evaluation of each part, we go now to government to see what is your view on the statement we do. After that, we go also in the civil society area with them, what we are view on our job. And we do the same action with private sector area company, what we are view. All of them specifically make their comments, we integrate all the comments before do the evaluation, national evaluation of the statement now.
So that process, making that, in fact, the value really is in the process. The value is not just in the data. Asra, do you want to?
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tasfa's question is very critical. And the critical point, as I said in the beginning, there was no household surveys done in Ethiopia by any organization or NGO. Yeah. So the lack of data, particularly in suburban area, rural area, no data. Children, unfortunately, there is no data about children. There is a ministry office, but there is no data. SMEs, there are lots of talks, media, and even practical works actually by the government to nurture individual entrepreneurs and establish SMEs and all things, but there is no data. Even if there is data, we went to some regional areas like Adama and Debre Brahan, Ambo, nearby towns and try to collect, and regional offices, regional government offices. If it is there, if there is data, it is manual. So you have to copy all those. So it is very tough. There is no data. If it is there, it is manual. So that's one of the efforts we are doing out of the assessment. Thank you.
And thanks very much. I'll try and attempt, and I mean, your question about regional differences, I think you see, I mean, I'm from South Africa, and we now have finally the census is collecting actually quite detailed data about computer ownership, about handset ownership, and the census data is fairly accurate. It's also beginning to collect data on use, how people use e-government services and on affordability. And of course, the data in South Africa on affordability is terrible. Affordability penetration is quite high, but smartphone ownership it's high by African standards, but it's not that high. But usage of the internet is very low in poorer communities because affordability of data. But so there's quite detailed data there also because of the regulator. And I think you see that in West Africa as well. There's a strong regional regulatory association, and that means that the national regulators are better at collecting data from the operators, because we sometimes forget the operators are supposed to provide data for public policy, but the operators themselves are notorious for inflating their data, because especially if the operators have universal service obligations, where part of their licensing condition is that they roll out services in underserved areas, they tend to not give the most accurate data as well, which is why it's very important to be able to triangulate. So I think there are different regional patterns, and I think that depends on the strength of the National Statistical Agency, and then also the strength of the regulatory associations and the ability to that they have to get accurate data. And then I think just one example that we always try to use as a best case example is from Brazil, where the internet industry itself collaborates with the public sector to collect very detailed data around the internet on how people use it, but even the social impact, data on content creation in local languages. So I think that what we need to look at in Africa ultimately, and I think this could be something you can do more with the indicators, is to form partnerships between public, academic, and private institutions and your regulatory sector and your national statistical agencies to actually develop a data gathering strategy, so that you have more collaboration, because we don't have enough data. We just have a few minutes. So Tatovik, if I was from country X and I wanted to start this, of course, he talked about how important it is to have a multi-stakeholder team, but where do I get the money? Who do I go to for help? Who do I contact in UNESCO? How much does it cost?
Thank you, Harriet. So to start with the last question, the cost really depends on the country to ensure the inclusivity some countries, and to tackle with the issue of unavailability of some data. Some people use, for example, data collecting activities, which requires in bigger countries more travel, and more work. So the funds would really depend on this, but it's not a huge amount of funds. But how do we start the assessment? So the IUIs are open tool, publicly available on UNESCO website, and I believe, and we've tried to improve this in the revised indicators, we have a detailed guidelines on the implementation of IUIs, which I find improved, which will also be an open resource, which can be taken and used by any stakeholder group independently from UNESCO. However, UNESCO is happy to provide technical support and guidance. And to do that, so you basically would need to contact me so to start the assessment, and I would be more than happy to provide the support and technical guidance. And there you will also see the action steps. Just to be very brief, it starts with the establishment of the research team and the multi-stakeholder advisory board, who then will draw the work plan and data collection, data analysis, and the validation process through multi-stakeholder advisory board. Again, UNESCO is committed to support technical provide technical support throughout this this process. UNESCO does not have like reserved funds, unfortunately, for this activity, but we have supported most of the countries, actually all of the countries in Africa so far, as we were piloting the IUIs. And we have tried to always find a way by supporting the countries, the stakeholders, to raise funds, whether that's the local bilateral embassies or other international organizations in the countries. So this would indeed require some serious work to mobilize resources at the national level, and UNESCO can provide technical support to the extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Tatovic. And I think we've come to the end of our session. So I want to thank Professor Mulato and Kosi and everyone who contributed to this. I'm very impressed that so many people are interested in this. It's maybe not the most exciting topic, but it's such an important topic, because if we don't understand our context and if we don't come together to confront the inequalities that we are facing, then all this time we are wasting on AI and cybersecurity and whatever, it's really not time well spent. We've got to address digital inequality, and I think the IUIs help us to do that.
And thank you on my behalf as well, on UNESCO behalf, to Asrat and Kosi and Abdullah for and of course to you, Aliat, for being such a good friend of IUIs and for providing your expertise and support throughout these years. And thank you so much to all of you. And please do feel free to reach out to me to join our dynamic coalition and be part of the further discussions. And before everyone leaves, we would like to take a group photo, perhaps. Thank you. Where do we go?
Let me arrange somewhere.
Okay.
Is there coffee now? Is there a break?
I don't, not yet. Is there a coffee break now?
Okay. So, everyone, Tatovic wants us to have a group photo. They'll tell us, our UNESCO colleague here will tell us where to gather, and then there's coffee and something to eat outside. Thanks very much for joining us. But don't go away before you've been part of the photograph.
And also thank you so much to the online participants who joined from different parts of the world, to especially those who woke up so early to join us. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you soon.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's 12 o'clock. We promised to start at 12. This is 2 minutes past 12. Just give us a few minutes. The admin team is trying to help us set up so that we can, show a screen, and one of the speakers will be joining online. So give us about 2 minutes, and we'll kickstart the conversation. But thank you for making it here. Thank you. All right, so one of our speakers is having troubles joining us online, but we'll kickstart the conversation anyways. And while we sort that out. So again, you're welcome. This is Creative Communication, the Power of Audiovisual Mediums in Mainstream Digital Rights. We'll start by just giving context to the conversation and introducing our speakers, and then we would head straight into it. So the agenda, again, just a brief agenda: who is Paradigm Initiative, introduction of speakers, context, and then questions. So who is Paradigm Initiative? Paradigm Initiative has worked in communities across Nigeria since 2007, building experience, community trust, and organizational culture that positions us as a leading social enterprise in ICT for development and digital rights on the continent. Across our regional offices in Cameroon, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and beyond, we have impacted youth with improved livelihoods through our digital inclusion and digital rights programs. The organization's programs include Life Training Program, Life at School Club Program. PIN has also built online platforms that educate and serve as safe spaces for reporting digital rights violations. These mediums, in the forms of reports, short films, and educational online platforms, include IOTA, Londa, and Reporti. The organization is also the convener of the annual Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, a platform where conversations on digital policy in Africa are shaped, policy directions are debated, and partnerships forged for action. This is pretty serious, but just to break it down into simple, really we believe that the rights that individuals have offline also translates online, and this is the cause we are championing through various means. Audiovisual reports, but also we don't just believe, we believe that to be able to, these rights they are useful, but they are just as useful as the inclusion, and that is where digital inclusion programs come in. So we train young people in digital skills rather across the continent. So that is also something we do. So this is just me trying to break it down into like simple terms away from the lengthy text we have here. So quickly, I'm going to be introducing the speakers. Of course, I'm here. My name is Kenneth Oyini, and I'm your moderator for today. I'm Communications Officer at Paradigm Initiative. Sadly, Judith has not been able to join the call. She's having some troubles, but I would introduce, on my right here is Benga Chesson, Executive Director at Paradigm Initiative. So I would introduce him briefly. I would read his bio here. Pretty impressive. I would introduce him briefly, and then I'll let him, put in a few words before we get straight into the conversation. So Gbenga Sheson is the Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative, Pan-African nonprofit that works on digital inclusion and rights through sub-regional offices in Cameroon, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. He studied electronic and electrical engineering at the Obafemi Awolowo University. He completed executive education programs at Lagos Business School, Oxford University, Harvard University, Stanford. That's a long list. Stanford University, Santa Clara University, INSEAD, and King's College, London. Gbenga was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to serve as on his inaugural Internet Governance Forum leadership panel in 2022, and is a member of the Swiss-based International Panel on the Information Environment that was launched at the 2023 Nobel Prize Summit. He's also a Schwab Foundation Social Entrepreneur of the Year, Archbishop Desmond Tutu Leadership Fellow, and Ashoka Fellow, among others. Gbenga served on the Nigerian Presidential Committees on Harmonization of Information Technology, Telecommunications and Broadcasting Sectors 2006, and Roadmap for Services Provision 2013. Advised the World Health Organization, WHO, on data privacy, and advised the World Economic Forum on developing a right respecting data policy for businesses. He is married to Temilade Sheson, PhD, an expert on energy, poverty, and development. Good afternoon, Mr. Sheson. It's great to have you on the panel today.
Okay, it's a small room, so maybe my first request, if folks don't mind, is okay. Someone already suspected I was going to say that. Let's have a smaller conversation, if you don't mind moving closer, so that. That's what I was saying to Kenneth, that maybe you shouldn't bother reading the profile. I mean, it's a small room, so if you don't mind, if you could come much closer to the room, so we can have a smaller gathering. One of the reasons why I'm excited about this conversation is because for many years, as what some people may call an activist, I don't know, I think activist is a verb, it's not a title. I have seen us many times run campaigns and react to things many times. So the internet is shut down in a particular country, we write a statement. Somebody was arrested for doing something, we quickly put out a statement, or we go to court. But many times what we do is we're reacting to incidents. But what could we do if we had a chance to be a bit more proactive? And to be proactive, you need to share information. But unfortunately, as you can see, I mean, this is a perfect example. You have a huge conference and you have a topic that you're interested in, and you get into the room and you see only a few people. I can assure you that every time you publish a report that you think is very brilliant, this is the number of people that download and read the report. I mean, add the number of people in your own organization that, of course, read the report. So for many years, since 2016, we have been writing a report called the Digital Rights and Inclusion in Africa report. And we realized at some point that, to be honest, it's only the usual suspects that are reading this thing. The people you really need to read those things, don't read them. You're not going to give a 400-page document to a minister and expect them, even though they need it, they're not going to read it. And so what we've decided to do in many cases is to then condense all of that information into something that is manageable. So imagine 400-page document becomes 25-minute short film. And what happened after that was like a miracle. We got new audiences, we got millions of people watching from countries that we had never imagined we could work in. And of course, that was the whole idea. I mean, thanks to Kenneth, Judith, and others in our comms unit, communications unit, Paradigm Initiative, they drive this process every year. And for me, I think that one of the biggest opportunities we have in the kind of work we do, even in the private sector, the kind of work we do in civil society, for example, you need to get people's attention. You can't get anyone's attention with 400-page documents. You will need to get more creative to get people's attention. If you go to, many of the big gatherings, one way you can get attention is a protest, right? I remember we were in Brazil in 2014, And, in this very important meeting, and a group of young people just stood up within the room to protest. Of course, everybody paid attention. The president was in the room, and everybody paid attention. The cameras were all on them. They timed it perfectly. But then again, you get moved out by security, and those things happen. But there's some ways that you can create, you can creatively communicate what you're doing. One, it helps people understand what you're trying to say. Secondly, you open up to new spaces. One of the things I'm sure that Kenneth and maybe others who join us will talk about is that when we started, and let me just rewind a bit. So I used to act as an amateur when I was much younger. So I'd always known the value of drama and movies and video. So it was a natural thing for us to say, wait a second, what if we used the power of film to communicate some of the social ideas that we had? And when we did, we were surprised. We've done 4 films. Some of those films have won awards. That was not the intention. To be honest, when we saw the cost of producing one film, I was a bit concerned. How are we supposed to spend this much money producing a film that people may not watch because they were not reading the reports? But by the time we saw 2 million, the first number, I was like, okay, I think we should do this. So I think it's important to stop reacting to things all the time and to stop assuming that people are consuming the information that we're sharing, and to get more creative. And that's the whole idea. And thanks to, like I said, our comms team at PIN, we're able to, creatively, either through images or multimedia or even other forms of communication, communicate the work that we do. And it will be very great to listen to, to those of you who are in the room also, to share some of your ideas about how you, use creative communications in your work, so that at least at the end of this hour that we have together, we can all, live with 1 or 2 things. By the way, this room is central to my career. So every time I'm here, I feel very interested. This was where 22 years ago, this was where I had my very first meeting outside some of the small work we were doing in Nigeria at the time through the ECA. So it feels very interesting to always be back here, and a lot of knowledge. And I can tell you this, any country on this continent that has a major impact in technology today, this room played a role in it. Rwanda, the policies were discussed in this room. The NICI policies, National Information and Communication Infrastructure policies. So it's a special room. So CR3 is a special room. So ECA building is a special building. So I'm sure that 1 or 2 awesome things will be picked up here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that even some of the leading questions I had that were supposed to start this conversation, you went, over and beyond and answered them. I see that our other speaker is still having some issues, and we're trying to sort that out. But without wasting much time, so that we can, just push the conversation forward, I have a few questions for you. I'm sure that people in the room also have some questions that they would like to, understand, from your perspective. So you mentioned that Paradigm Initiative has been producing short films for a while. And you mentioned it's drawn from a particular report. So quickly, do you want to break that down for us? Which report is it drawn from? Why do we produce that report in the first place? Maybe we start there and then we drive the conversation forward.
Sure. I thought it was going to ask me for which films. So I was quickly typing the URL so I can see the list of films. So which report? In 2016, we realized that when we went to meetings and had conversations, and we share examples and say, hey, last year, the government of Yahya Jammeh in Gambia did this. The question we always got at the time was, show us where it was published. Basically, what's the proof? And in many cases, it wasn't reported in the media because, to be honest, if you're a Gambian journalist, you don't want to write about Yahya Jammeh shutting down the internet. You probably disappear or something. I don't know if anyone remembers that guy. The dictator from, the Gambia, put names to them. And so we decided, wait a second, if they're asking us for proof, and no one wants to write about it. Someone has to. So we decided to start writing. So in 2016, we started writing the report. At the time, it was called the Digital Rights in Africa Report. Later, it was called the Digital Rights and Inclusion in Africa Report. Later, when the team expanded, we changed the name to something shorter that people could remember, Londa. Londa is a Zulu word that means to protect. And when we want to write a report, we ask ourselves a few questions. What has happened in digital rights and inclusion in this country in the last 1 year? So as I speak to you, the report for 2024 is being written. In fact, the first draft was submitted by most country authors, on Friday. And what we put in those reports include a background of what the country is like. So if you're writing about Ethiopia, you write about the context of Ethiopia. Judith is now with us, so that's great. You write about the context of Ethiopia and then about the technology landscape of the country. And the reason for that is we don't want people picking a report and just reading, 30 people were arrested. We want to set the context, which is why it becomes voluminous and becomes 400 pages of 26 countries. And so the report also talks about, the ICT landscape. It talks about universal services funds, which we'll, have a separate conversation about in detail sometime in the next 2 hours, I think. And we invite you. I think it's the same. It's in this room also. CR3. LBR. Oh, okay. Sorry, wrong marketing. But join us for that. Wrong ready. LBR. And we then ask those questions. But beyond that, we also document all of those violations of rights, because it has to be written somewhere. It has to be proofread. It has to be edited. It has to be fact-checked. And when it's then published, it becomes publicly available information. That information we're making available on londa.africa, LONDA.africa, since we started writing the report. And because this report is a bit voluminous, to be honest, we then decided to make the short film out of that. Initially, one of the things that we used to do was we produced cards, like flashcards. I remember in 2018, for example, we had a flashcard of all the countries and all the violations, and it was so difficult to read it, because you know how images, infographics can be great, but when there's information about 20 countries, how do you put all of that information into one design? So we knew we needed something to go beyond still images. We needed something that was a bit more, like a film or something like that. And like I said, the background of members of the team in, film already, myself, the CEO, the communications manager, it made it an easy conversation to have that, if you want to make film, why not? And then the process, and I'm sure that Judith will speak to this a bit, so I'll just speak about it generally. So we get a report. We share the report with various scriptwriters and film producers. We then agree on which script to use or which producer to work with, and we produce the film and we release the film. Typically, the film is released in April every year. Well, now that's a new launch date for it, April, and that's because that's when we host our Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, which is a pretty massive gathering for digital rights and inclusion, emphasis across the continent. In Accra, earlier this year, we had about 600 people in the room. We had about a little less than that in Nairobi the year before, and we'll be in Lusaka, Zambia, April 29 to May 1 next year. So basically what we do is this reports that we've been writing is what we then convert. It becomes the material, the source material for the script. Of course, when you watch any of the films, you're not going to find all the details. But the beautiful thing is that it compresses everything and presents to you with shock value, with retained information that you see over and over again. It allows you to understand what we're trying to say in those 400 pages in just 25 minutes or less.
All right, thank you very much, Benga. Again, I think that you are really taking the words out of my mouth. I'm not sure what questions to ask you because you've literally answered everything. But I see the other speaker has been able to join the call now. Just confirming if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Kenneth. Thank you very much.
I see you can also unmute, so I'm not going to ask that question anymore. Quickly, I'm going to go through a bio. So Judith Ogutu, Communications Manager at Paradigm Initiative. Judith Ogutu is a passionate, driven, and dependable communications professional with demonstrated expertise in leveraging strategic communications to shape opinions and narratives, impact lives, reputation and build brands. She also has a special interest in crisis communication, which encompasses litigation, public relations, and reputation management. She has a track record of successfully handling communication efforts for corporate organizations, non-profit organizations, social enterprises, government agencies, high-profile clients, and individuals. She has handled projects in banking, energy, ICT and innovation, digital rights, digital inclusion and tech policies, philanthropy, pharmaceutical, medical, environment, and education sector. Okay, that was a long list. She's the head of communications at Paradigm Initiative and works from our Kenya office. So Judith, just a word from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's really nice to be here to speak about what we do as an organization, especially focusing on the storytelling part of things. So you find that storytelling has evolved, and I usually say it's an African cultural thing. We like to tell stories, and we understand stories better. And if you look at our history also, it's usually basically how we've passed on even information from one generation to another. It has basically been through stories. So you find that has been one of the most effective ways we've seen that has been instrumental in helping us to pass on information from one person to another, from one community to another, from one generation to another. So it's just like going back to our roots, but then now we are making it, it's a bit more modern, whereby we look at what we have, distill it, and make sure that it's fused into very small components and small bites that people can easily understand. And that's what we've been doing with the Paradigm Initiative short films. Since I wasn't earlier before, I don't know whether there was just a highlight of these short films and the fact that we've produced 4 of them so far, and we are currently in the process of producing the 5th one. So it's basically been the way Benga had mentioned. We usually do a call for film producers and script writers. So we send out the call, and then we give them the Londa report to have a look and read. So they internalize it, look at the key emerging things on the continent, and even not within the continent only, just what is emerging, what are the developments that are happening, and how then do we, distill it into short films based on just what has happened in the space, in our context, in the region. So the report has actually mutated. So initially we had 20 African countries that we're looking at, then we moved to 24 African countries. So last year's report was 26 African countries. So we look at the thematic things that recur. So you find, for instance, is it freedom of expression that is being curtailed? Is it access to information? Is it, surveillance that is big? Is it maybe internet shutdown? So we look at those kind of issues and we see what are the thematic issues that are recurring in these particular countries. Then we come up with short films to just put that information out and to drive the messages home. You find that, for instance, Training Day, when we started it was a short film about a young man who is looking for an employment, and then he happens to go to an organization. So he's taken through the different departments, and in these particular departments, there are different things that are happening. There's a department that is in charge of internet shutdowns. There's a department that is in charge of extracting information forcefully. There's a department that is in charge of trending topics on Twitter. So he's taken through all that, and then he's told, okay, this organization, this is how we work, and these are the various departments. So the story ends with him being asked to coerce somebody to give information. So you find that it's a replica of what happens in most parts of the continent. So we just make it relatable, we drive it home and just make people understand this is what we are facing. So then how then can you now apply yourself to it? What lessons are you learning from it? What are the next steps from it? So, and how do you now protect yourself even as a resident of this continent? So that's what usually happens. So we look at different things that are happening, and actually some of them have even been futuristic. I remember when we were doing Finding Diana, it had components of internet shutdown in Senegal, and someone in the audience actually asked, why are you talking about Senegal and mentioning that there's an internet shutdown? Like it is like prophetic. And actually the following year there was an internet shutdown in Senegal. So it's usually looking at the trends, what we've been able to see across the continent, and just contextualizing it and driving it home and bringing it back home. So yeah, so usually that's what we do with this film. So based on that, what we receive normally is just to distill and check who is going to give us the best way to tell our story. So then we select them based on that. So Kenneth, I don't know whether I've just run through what you wanted me to do, but then I can still speak a bit more. But let me pause there for now.
I think you've spoken more than a bit more. Thank you very much, Judith. Thank you very much for breaking that down. Again, I think that my speakers, I'm not sure, they're making me look like a bad moderator here because they've really, everything in my slide, they've basically covered it, but I'm going to go over it again, just to, also we can always see it. So Paradigm Initiative, that's PIN, has actively documented the state of digital rights and inclusion on the continent through its annual report, Londa. Although this report reaches a larger audience, it has reached a significantly wider audience following its adaptation into short films. So far, the organization has produced 4 films, and when Judith was speaking earlier, she mentioned some of them. We have Training Day, we have Focus, we have Finding Diana, and Undersight, and all these films are available on YouTube. Beyond historical facts, on YouTube for free. I should add that fact. Yeah, so it's free. We can always just look at these films, and please feel free, watch them, give your feedback. What do you think that they cover? We hope you're able to get the message we're able to pass with these short films. Beyond historical facts, PIN frames the Londa report findings into storytelling while spotlighting the current realities plaguing the digital rights and inclusion ecosystem, and outlining what various stakeholders should do for a progressive state. Undersight, the last edition of the organization's film, has gathered over 600,000 views in just 6 months of its release on YouTube, of its public release on YouTube. This trend shows the need for more organizations to leverage creative means to deliver messages from different things to the intended target audience, wrapping them in mediums that are informative and entertaining. I think this part is pretty interesting, especially considering what Binga said earlier. Also, I believe Judith touched on that topic. She mentioned we released a report. Again, this report is about the 400 and something page report, so it's quite bulky. Looking at the state of digital rights and inclusion across the continent. For those that are just joining us, I would imagine, or I'm working on the assumption that we understand what digital rights and inclusion is, because I broke that down earlier. But basically, I'll break that down again. Basically, it just means that your rights offline, your right to freedom, your right to expression, they translate online. Your right to association, it means that the government cannot just shut down the internet. It means that by doing some of these things, they are basically violating your right as a human being. Beyond that, he also touches on inclusion, which means that while we design some of our products, while we design some of our services, how inclusive are they? How well are we making sure that we are carrying the rest of the world along? How effective are these policies? How effective are these platforms at making sure that we don't leave people behind in the progress that digital is making, which is quite mainstream. I was going to ask a question, Judith. My first question was going to be to you, but you sort of answered it. Regardless, I'll ask it. You're not going to make me look like a bad moderator today. Regardless, I'll ask the question. So it's a pretty simple question. I think you've touched on it, but I'd really just like you to break it down. So it says, what does creative communication mean to you as a communications expert? What does creative communication mean, especially looking at audiovisual formats? Yeah, so you have the floor, Judith.
Thank you, Kenneth. So from where I sit, when I talk about creative communication, is how you package information in such a way that it can be easily understood with the audience so that it hits home. Because you find that communication is not communication if the person you're communicating to has not gotten what you're saying, has not understood what you're saying, has not, is not with you on the same page. So, and especially when it comes to the audiovisual element of things, the way you said, it could be using podcast, let me say short films, that is audiovisual because it has the element of audio and visual. It could be documentaries, so that means it has the element of audio and visual. But then now you see, we also have to make it as inclusive as possible so that then we also take care of persons living with disability. How then do we make it in such a way that anyone who comes across this material is able to internalize it and understand it and actually, see what to do with that particular output So that's what it means to me, just communicating effectively in such a way that what you're putting across is understood by the audience and you're on the same page, so that then if I'm trying to put across a sort of information, then by the time it lands to the person who's the audience, then they're able to understand what I'm saying and understand it in such a way that it makes it very easy and also in creatively putting it across. So that's how I would say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for breaking that down for us again. So I'm now, I come to Benga in the room. So in your opinion, right, given the breakdown that Judith has just given us, what does audiovisual, mediums, what do they do better than, the other mediums of communication? What bridge do you think that these mediums are, what bridge are they bridging? Yeah, over to you, Genga.
So you don't see text in your dreams? Have you noticed? You see pictures, you see images, you see, and that's the power of audiovisual, communication. A few days ago, when I have some funny dreams, I just laugh. A few days ago, I remember that I was supposed to, I was asked a question about a particular text in my dream, and I didn't remember it. But I think that goes to how you almost never see text in your dream. So the power of words, don't forget, like Judith said earlier, we're an oral community. Many of the traditions, even in Ethiopia here, many of the stories you will hear that you see in the archives are stories passed down. Thankfully, some of them written on patches and things like that. But most of them are stories you will hear from generation to generation. Many of us remember what we used to talk about. Unfortunately, in these new times, you don't talk a lot about what do you call them, moonlight stories. But when I was growing up, there was always the concept of moonlight stories, where your grandmother, your grandfather, you gathered around the camp, around the fire, and you were told stories, and they tell you stories that you would literally not forget. For example, they tell you stories about the tortoise and the rabbit. Almost everyone knows that story. The reason we know that story is not because of the text, it's because of the mental picture of the rabbit and the tortoise running. And this is the power of visual communications. What you see, what you perceive, what you hear, what you can touch and feel has a bigger impact on you than what you just read. In fact, when you read, many of us know this, when you read, your brain brings up images of the things you are reading. That's how you can retain them. It's why when we went to secondary school, it was difficult to pass without cramming everything and putting it in your head. Book can never overflow. That's the first 20 elements. But for children who are learning these days, they don't have to cram anything. They touch and feel hydrogen, images and structure. So when they get into the exam hall, they don't have to try to remember. In fact, it was really bad in secondary school. I shouldn't laugh about this, but now it's funny because the guy is now okay. One of our seniors read, I don't know if anybody ever used Ababio for chemistry, or say your Ababio was a chemistry textbook we used in our school then. He crammed it so much that when he got into the exam hall, we were told, I wasn't there, again, legend. We were told that this senior, Babayo was his name, that Babayo was seeing things and saying things in the exam hall so much that he couldn't write. I mean, he failed the exam, you can be sure. But he had crammed so much and he didn't sleep that when he got into the exam hall, he started saying things like chemistry of art and space and things. Because what he did was, he was reading the text and he wasn't sleeping. And so he got into the exam hall and the text was flying all over the place and he had a mental breakdown. Compare him with my daughter, who is 6. And in IPC is not like advanced science. IPC, their subject is just, they do research. They tell them to go online and check what is going on. And you have some conversations with, this morning on our way to school, I was having a conversation with her, and I was just thinking to myself, what is wrong with us. Why did I not learn things like this? He's talking about geography, about continents. Oh, you are in Ethiopia. Is that, no, that's not in Europe. That's in Africa, East Africa. I'm like, how on earth does a 6-year-old know that? You know why? Because there's a globe in their class. They can touch the globe. They roll the globe. They play with it. This is the power of audiovisual communications. When I was writing literature in English, we read a book, To Serve with Love. When we came to class, the teacher singled me out and said, wow, this guy is very smart. I'll tell you guys a secret today. I haven't admitted to my classmates so far, but I'll tell you guys a secret. While everybody was reading the book To Serve with Love, you know what I did? I went to watch Sidney Poitier's movie, To Serve with Love. So while they were discussing what they read and didn't remember, I was telling our teacher stories from the film. God help me that the movie was so well made because, you know, some people do creative license and they change the story. But To Serve with Love, that movie was what I watched. And that's how I passed English literature. So that stayed with me. You don't remember many texts, but you remember movies. If I ask for your favorite movie that you've watched or you've heard the sounds, you know, the 4D experience, many of us remember. So that is the power of it. Basically, there's a reason we don't see text in our dreams because they're not powerful enough to come into our subconscious.
Thank you very much, Benga. You've given us. Okay, so I'm going to quickly just add something to that and then come to you. I see there's a hand in the room, but you've given us what you just did now is really you told us stories. That's what you did. You did so in answering the question that you practicalized some of the things you were saying yourself. You told us stories, and these stories they sunk even deeper in improving your points, bringing your points home to say what you're trying to say. Thank you very much for bringing that home. I think it's also pretty interesting that we don't see text in our dreams. I never really thought about it until now, and I'm like, okay, that is actually true. We don't see text in our dreams. So yeah, I see a hand in the room. So you can, okay, 2 hands actually. I was going to say maybe we take questions at the end, but you know what, it's fine. Let's just, so we take questions at the end. Do we have a consensus on that? Or you want to say something now?
I think if it's more of an interaction.
All right, fine. Yeah, let's go for it. If you could start, maybe just introduce yourself so that people can.
Hello everyone. My name is Tahir Gumel from Nigeria. I represent Nigerian Communications Commission. So I know the audiovisual communication has helped my life, especially during my school. So in uni, I studied international relations, and I used YouTube to learn most of the history. So I learned something. I learned a whole textbook maybe in less than 25 minutes even. So the question I have is for companies that want to transition to this audiovisual, there's the budget constraint, and how do you deal with that? And secondly, how do you intend to make it more interesting enough for people to watch more than 25 minutes of what you're presenting? So for you to make it more than 25 minutes, the budget needs to be higher, basically. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was a really beautiful question. So I'm going to divide that question into 2 parts. How do you make it interesting enough, and how do you find the budget for it? And I'm going to give it to different people according to their area of expertise. So Jared is an expert at telling stories. Benga is an expert at raising the funds to tell the stories accurately. So Jared, please, I don't know if you heard the question correctly, if you heard it clearly. But if you did, please, could you answer the question? How are you able to, bring some of these things into stories that can translate accurately, in a way that people are really interested in it? I believe that's your question, right? Hello. Did I capture your question correctly? So how are we able to translate this, into stories that captivates? That's your question. All right.
More than 25 minutes.
More than 25 minutes.
You need to be able to watch an hour and a half what you're presenting.
All right, thank you. I think this even touches on another question, which is very interesting, which is the short attention span that we're experiencing these days. But again, I'll let the storyteller in the room tell us the story of how to, probably in a story format, and how to, capture some of these challenges. Over to you, Judith.
Thank you very much for your question. About I'll take that on for how do we make it creative, so that you hold people for more than 25 minutes. So our films on average have been like training day is 18 minutes. Focus was about 20 something minutes. Finding Diana was 32 minutes, and Undersight was 29 minutes. So you find that what we've been trying to do is to make it as creative as possible, especially from the very introductory element of it, and that goes to the scripting. So normally when we look at a script, we ask ourselves questions, we poke holes into it, we ask ourselves, if someone is to watch this story or someone is to follow this story, what are the questions that they're likely to ask themselves? What are the what ifs? And this script, what can we do to make it interesting, to make it captivating, to make it better? So you find that also we've been lucky to get really good scripts. So we look at those scripts and ask ourselves, can this captivate someone enough? Can this in such a way that it's a complex topic, but we try and simplify it. And sometimes it's in the elements that you decide to add into the story. For instance, I'll give you an example of Finding Diana. Finding Diana is not a straightforward story. It has a twist to it. And I remember when we were launching it, there was so much like, oh my God, are you going to create a series out of it? So what happens next? What if? So the audience was telling us how to make it even more twistier, more juicier, more better. And it's because of that the type of reception we got immediately, like when we launched it. And that is the kind of reception we got. And normally we ask ourselves, so what element can we add? Is it the mystery element of it? Is it the suspense element of it? Is it the, what is it that we can add to spice it up? And that is how we've been able to produce this kind of stories, because you find that some movies hold you from the start to the finish. And some of them you lose you lose people in between. But then what we try to do is to capture it, touch on those things right from the elementary aspects of the development and ask ourselves, is this something that would be interesting? And then also simplicity is very key, because if you make something complex, then you lose people. And I usually believe in making things very simple so that then everyone can understand it in such a way that whoever watches it or whoever, follows that story is able to relate with it, is able to bring it to their own context, and is able to just see, okay, I now see what you guys are trying to put across without making it too complex. So that is what we've also been looking out for. And then, of course, for the budgets, I don't know, Benga, you want to speak to that, but then, yeah, we've used various ways of just ensuring that we have budgets for this particular project. So working with partners, working with funders, and just resonating with what it is that we're working on together, so that then there's a meeting point. You as a funder, this is what you're looking to achieve as an organization like Paradigm Initiative. This is what we are looking to achieve. So how then do we fuse it and ensure that we meet both goals with that particular component of storytelling? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Judith. I see you even started to creep into Benga's, part of the question. But yeah, I'll let Benga also speak to that in terms of fundraising. How do you, get the funds for this?
Yeah, so I guess I'll do what Judith has done. I'll respond to both very quickly, though. So in terms of how to make it interesting, one of the things that every year I read the script and I look at the film. And the only time that I would give feedback is if I read the script and it doesn't paint pictures. There's a book by one of my former teachers, Dan and Chip, two brothers. They defined the power of communications. and used success as the example. Success without the last S, and talked about making it short, making it unpredictable, the shock value. And the summary of it is that if you've noticed, any movie that you remember, the James Bond series did this perfectly. They start with a hook, something you can't explain, something that will make you stay until the end. It's novels. If you've read novels from people who write and make you want to read Harry Potter series and things like that, it's always the hook. It's always something that will be interesting. And I think the first question to ask yourself is, if I didn't make this, would I watch it? You do the test in your own organization. Have people in your organization watch it. And if they watch it and don't finish watching it, I think you receive the message, which is what Hollywood does all the time. Hollywood does testing. I don't know that any industry does it better than Hollywood. Maybe Bollywood to some extent now. They create a film, it's ready, it's done. They test it. And people give critical feedback and they go back to change parts of the movie. There was a film that was made and there was a dog that died in the film. And apparently, when it was polled, people stopped watching the moment the dog died. And so they redid the film, which, by the way, is the reason you have to appreciate, what's our friend's name? Who's the guy whose dog was killed and then he started killing everybody? John Wick, which is why you have to appreciate John Wick, because what the prevailing wisdom in Hollywood is that if you kill an animal that is loved in a film, nobody will watch it. But that was then what John Wick now built on. You kill the man's dog, and then what does he do? And things like that. So that's the hook is really important. How do you budget constraints? First of all, to be honest, is start with what you don't need money for. Start free. Paradigm Initiative did not start spending $50K, $100K on films. We've done free films. Like, I sit in front, and I remember very clearly, in our office in Ajegunle, I put up a camera, and I have a bit of background as an amateur actor, so I demonstrate and I talk and things like that. And we put a video on YouTube, and nobody watches it until you watch it and share it with your friend. And like, guy, watch this thing. Guy, leave a comment. And then 3 people watch it, and then others start watching. So start with nothing. Start with what you don't have. Something we also did was that when we had a bit more budget, we then invited people who normally you would pay a lot of money. One of the popular people in Nigeria, Frank Donga, used to be the leading content creator then. When we worked with him, we didn't pay full price because he was my friend. And I said to him, guy, this is win-win. See this as your CSR, as your contribution to a non-profit. And I see it as, we saving money. So as much as possible, you have to start with nothing, eventually grow it. But 2 other things that are very important. Number 1 is to prioritize communications. The reason why many people don't have budgets for creative communications is because they have program, salary. Then if there's anything left, like, okay, maybe communications. I can tell you this for a fact. Communications budget at PIN is never less than 10%. And I'm being conservative here. I don't want to reveal their secret. These guys are loaded. And I'm not joking. Communications budget at PIN, for many people who are outside communications, it's scary. They're like, why do they have hundreds of thousands of dollars? You know why? Because it must be a priority. I haven't seen what they've planned for 2025, but I'm already scared that 2025 budget, they're going to ask for even more. You have to prioritize communications. I've worked in organizations, I've worked with, not in, I've only worked with one organization before PIN. I've worked with organizations that say to their comms team, just manage it. Manage it does not produce quality. You have to give resources to it. You have to prioritize it. You have to make sure that if you are saying produce a quality movie, the first time we were going to do this, I had to talk with a funder. And I said to them, we'll make a film. And they weren't sure what was going to happen. So you know what I did? I invited, I forget her name now, from the Netherlands Embassy. I invited her to an Instagram live chat with me to come and talk about the film we will produce that they were sponsoring. And I think somehow, I mean, everybody likes to go on IG Live, right? People see you, people, send you comments. And then she came on the live with me. And on the live, I said, oh, by the way, they're paying for the film. And she was like, yes, she was excited. And she was like, yes, this is something very creative, because she had received feedback. When she was trying to decide to approve the proposal and she wasn't doing it quickly, I invited her to an IG Live. And on the IG Live, people told her, oh my God, you guys want to make a film? That would be breathtaking. Who is paying for it? And I was like, well, we're hoping that the Netherlands government will pay for it. And then she said, oh, actually, we will. And that was how we got the first funding. Because at times you have to demonstrate, and this is to my third point, you have to demonstrate the value to the person who will give you the resources. If you don't demonstrate the value, by the way, the same funder will come to you. You know what we do? The film ends and you put their logo, you put their name, you talk about them. If you go to our website, paramhq.org/short-films, right now, you will see that every film has the name of the sponsor there. And so for them, it's also some, value, to them. So start with what you can afford, prioritize communications. And I know it's a difficult conversation to have. Also, it's win-win. Communications, the team has to demonstrate value. And this is very easy for me to understand now. Judith doesn't need to sell comms budget to me, because I know for a fact that visibility of pain is dependent on what the team does. I'm trying to say something, but I'm trying to see if I'm right. Actually, apart from programs, which is in 4 different regions, the largest team at PAIN is communications. And in fact, I'm sure I can say this. We were supposed to hire assistants next year. Communications has gone ahead to hire an assistant this year. They broke the rule. But the reason why they can easily do that is because we know the value. I know for a fact that what we're doing here today, if not for communications, it will die here. But knowing communications, this information we shared with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, with 11 people in the room, will be seen by tens of thousands of people. So that way, 11 people are in the room, tens of thousands are getting the information. That's value, being created. And it makes it easy for you to prioritize. For anyone who is a comms manager in the room, see me later to pay me for the advert I've just done. But honestly, if you're a comms manager and your CEO or your ED is deprioritizing communications, send them to me. I'll teach them a lesson. It's in their own interest, to be honest. If your CEO wants to be more visible, he has to invest, or she has to invest in communications. If they want more money, I want money. As I am here, I need money for 2025. And the reason I know I will get the money for PIN to spend in 2025, I mean, we've got some already, thankfully, is because I know PIN's information is out there. So when I send a proposal to a funder, that proposal is not text going to them. That proposal goes into the room with the presence that PIN has already created. And so when they're reading your proposal, there are 2 ways to read proposals. They read text or they see pictures. People read text, oh, this person wants to do this, they need this much. That's a normal proposal that will probably not get to the second stage. But the better proposal is the one that they are reading and they are seeing images in their head already. Oh, this is from PIN. Oh, that's what they did in their short film. So they're not reading the proposal. They are visualizing the impact already. And that can only happen if you prioritize, communications. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been really insightful, even for me. I think that one thing I would say, I know that Judith was answering a question earlier and then she said, oh yeah, we're lucky. And I want to correct that. We are not lucky. We go through an extensive process to find producers and scripts for these films. And I know that, and I know I speak on, the film we're about to produce for next year. I had sleepless nights going through the script, the script submissions for that movie. So I want to correct that. Allow me to correct that, to say it's not luck. It's hard work that goes into, trying to make sure that we're telling these stories in a way that is as accurate as possible. But I'll just quickly try to summarize what I think I heard from what the 2 speakers said. So we said quality. Quality is important in telling the right story. We had suspense. Suspense is important in communicating some of the details of these films. We had mystery, we had simplification, we had paint pictures, We had start small in terms of budget, start small, start free, leverage every free resource you have. We had, prioritize the budget for communications. We also had demonstrate value. I believe I pretty much captured everything that was said, just, in case we missed some of it. I know there was another hand, or now two hands in the room. Kamfisa, you have the floor. Please go for it.
And at this time, I'm seeing we have like 3 minutes to go. So will you still allow us?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll preface, I think I'll make a comment and then I'll also ask maybe 2 questions, if you allow me at the end. So my name is Kamfisa Manchishi from Zambia. Currently work in the academic space, so in journalism, media studies, and so on. But previously worked a lot around CSO and interestingly creative. Then we called it creative activism, and obviously over time creative communication. And my comment is obviously just like was said by Benga and the other panelists as well, is that creative communication is quite effective because if you look at our audiences, it's very difficult for them to grasp certain things. And if you look at the demand in terms of content that we receive from these audiences, it's rarely text. It will be more of they'll be able to interact with things that they can relate to on a day-to-day basis. And one example for me, the earliest I think that we worked with around creative activism was around 2012, I think. And I was still in university then. But then we have this big corporate, Zambia Sugar, I think exports to many parts of Africa and even Europe. So they were involved in a scandal to do with all these illicit financial flows, money laundering, transfer pricing. So very heavy stuff that we had the reports, then I think it was under Action Aid and so on. And all these heavy reports were done with evidence, audit reports, trailing how the money was moving from Zambia through most of Africa to Europe. But then it's not the kind of report that you throw out to the public and they will appreciate. So most of it was done through creative activism. And I think it saw a lot of response from the National Assembly. The tax authorities were able to sanction that company until some redress was done. So obviously it works. And over time, I've had the opportunity to see many of these activities. But then my questions would be, first of all, how do you navigate legal challenges? Because in most of Africa, you still have laws that tend to limit what you can do with your creative expression. I don't know about other places, but in my country, a lot of creative expression is still tied up in certain legal restraints. You can only go so far. So how do you go around that? And then secondly, also, are audiences gained through creative communication actually reliable based on the experiences that you've had? I'm having this thought because yes, it's easier to get an audience through creative communication, but then is it an organic audience that really believes in the issues that we're pushing out there? Or is it an audience that has come on board because our visuals are really good and because the content is entertaining? So are they reliable to an extent that they can go out there and engage and hold their leaders accountable based on the content that they receive?
All right, thank you very much. There's a part I would really love us to touch on before we wrap up, but we have 5 minutes. We're going to need to get creative with our communication in this room. We have 5 minutes. I see there was another hand in the room. I'll take the question and then we can quickly, the moderators would answer. I'm the moderator. The speaker would answer the question. So over to you. Please introduce yourself and then, your question.
Hi, my name is Gift. I'm a community manager and a digital marketer from Creatives Garage in Kenya. And basically, I think the whole time I've been here, I've just been saying, this is the right room. This is what I wanted. So yeah, what you talk about is basically what you do on a daily basis. We create films, podcasts, short films, feature films, and we also try to make impact to the community creatively. So for example, this year we've been working on AI and the impact of AI in the creative industries. And what we've done is that we have a feature film, 54 minutes actually. And one of the challenges that I am facing, because now I'm in charge of communications marketing, both online and offline, it's a lot of work. And unfortunately, I'm the only one on that team. So the fact that I'm not in the office, everyone is running crazy. I'm telling you. So yeah, that's something that we do. So every 2 months we have a short film, right? And one of the challenges that I face is that sometimes I have little time to market. So I need to be very creative on how I'll market short films every 2 months. And then now for the feature film that requires a bigger audience. For example, the instruction that I have from my boss is that I need to fill a room of 350 people for the premiere. I only have 1 month, guys. So any ideas are welcome. So I'd like to know, how do you guys sort that out? And then also, because you've spoken of 600,000 views in 6 months, that's super impressive. And then also we have a platform called Calabas. Calabas is it's like Netflix that we came up with, but then it's free. So we only upload Kenyan content on there. That's also a platform that we'd love to open up to you guys for you to sort of tap into the Kenyan creative market. So probably we can have a conversation about that later. So yeah, please let me know, how do I get 350 people in a room in 4 weeks?
The short answer, magic. Magic. You need ropes.
Yeah, but then how do you guys market your films?
Yeah. 300 people, I wish you good luck. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's the reason why we're in this room. We have about 2 minutes now to close this conversation. There's a part I really wanted us to touch on, which is also, ensuring that in doing some of this, we are inclusive. Even while it's audiovisual, we want to make sure that, are we making use of all text? Are we including subtitles? Things that, some of this, but I see we're not able to touch on that given the time we have, and I'm taking part of that time to give some of these remarks. So I'm going to allow my panelists answer the question in whatever order they feel. I'll start with Judith because she's joining online. Sadly, my laptop died, so I can't present my screen anymore. I'll start with Judith, and then if you could, in like 1 minute, and then we'll come to Benga in the room, and then we'll close the conversation.
Thank you very much, and nice to meet you, my Kenyan sister. So I would say when it comes to, let me start with the other guy who asked about legal constraints. So what we normally do is we've not had to deal with the legal constraint element of things because our stories mostly have touched on things that have not attracted that legal aspect of things, legal questions, legal, feedback, if I may use that word, for lack of a better word. So what we do is just to ensure that whatever we take care of things from the get-go, from the onset when we are producing. So we look at all those loopholes and elements so that then they're well taken care of. We scrutinize our agreements, we scrutinize our storylines just to see that nothing goes over what should ideally be. So that will be it. That's a quick answer to it. And then when it comes to the audience, we usually have different audiences. And what we've done also is usually to test the impact. And this has come about when we ask, what is your key takeaway out of this story? What do you take from it? And we've always had screenings, perhaps in different segments, in different sectors with different people. So whenever we screen our films, we also ask for feedback. And then we are able to get and test what are they saying, what is their impact, what are they going to do with this information after this. So some of it talk about raising awareness, some of it are usually like, oh my God, I didn't know this aspect of things, now I'm fully aware. So they take it and run with it, depending on how they want to use it. And then also another thing that has happened is that based on our communication, we've also received like feedback and interest, partnership. People want to partner with us. People want to help us amplify this further. People want to use that information to educate their audiences and stakeholders. So that is also some of the feedback we've been getting and how it has been, the films have been used. So what we do, we have a facilitation guide that we've put together and we share it across with our partners and say, use this to be able to screen the film so that then you can be able to, see how it also impacts your audience. The other one, when it comes to marketing, what we've been doing is we've used a lot of online marketing tips. For instance, we go heavy on Google AdWords. and that also, and Google as well. So we use YouTube as well. And then we take advantage of large conferences. For instance, we launched our film, 2 times we've launched our films. We've launched it when we have a big audience. Like in Ethiopia, we launched our Finding Diana in Ethiopia, and that time it was happening on the sidelines of the Internet Governance Forum. So we've also been taking advantage of that. And then we also go heavy online. So we launch it online, whereby we invite audiences from all over the world. So we go heavy on online marketing. So that has also been very instrumental. And then we screen it in every opportunity that we have. If it's a forum, then we take advantage and screen it. So we don't wait for an opportune moment. If you're supposed to fill in a room, then you look for like-minded stakeholders who would be interested in that
Hello,
film.
Judith.
Thank you.
Hello, Judith. Yes, I don't want them to kick us out of this room because we're going past our time. But thank you very much. I believe that you've pretty much broken down a lot of things that that were in the question. I'd let Benga also speak to that, and then we can wrap up the conversation.
1 minute. Legal constraints, stay out of trouble, or at least get a lawyer in the room when you start the process so that you don't get into trouble. Non-creative communications audiences are only reliable if you have a post-onboarding engagement with them. So they're new. What are you going to give them? The next film or some additional information? To get 350 people in the room, I have a few ideas. And we've done this practically. Hype it. Make it feel special. In fact, make it feel scarce. Like, tickets, and make it hard to get. Don't play hard to get too much. Just make it hard to get enough just for them to have interest in it, and use your people power. If you've got 20 people who believe in your cause, give them 2 tickets each. Offer popcorn and drinks, and you'll get at least 100 people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I wanted to add that in terms of legal constraints, Paradigm Initiative is full of lawyers, so we are not scared of legal constraints. So we have a team that can constantly look at that to make sure that we are aligned. Thank you everyone for participating. Again, like to build on the question Kamufisa asked, which is that if you introduce people to this, how do you keep them engaged? So how do we keep you engaged? There's a question I really love us to answer. And we answer these questions on our platforms. Check our website, paradigminitiative.org. Check our short films, check our reports, and it's about inclusive communication, making sure that we're also not leaving people out while we're trying to be creative with our communications. Please engage all our resources. We have more resources than I can remember right now. But yeah, please engage, and thank you again, everyone, for participating in this session. It's been a beautiful session with you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
land losses.
Nick. Can you hear us? Nick,
Yes,
Nicodemus.
yes, Miss, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So that well, I think we're starting now.
Yes, thank you.
Good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session titled Advancing Digital Inclusion for Persons with Disabilities in Africa Involved with Digital Landscape. My name is Musa Takalin, and I'm a Senior Program Manager with SIPE Africa. SIPE stands for Center for International Enterprise, and where I oversee our digital space program. And now I'm thrilled to have you here with us as we work together to strengthen the case for enhancing digital inclusion for persons with disabilities, ensuring equal opportunities for all to participate online is crucial for protecting human rights in the digital age. However, persons with disabilities in Africa continue to face barriers such as inaccessible digital platforms, high cost of assistive technologies, limited digital literacy, which restricts their ability to engage meaningfully in social, economic, and political lives, both online and offline. To overcome this bias, essential for diverse stakeholders, including civil society, local private sector, media, the government, also technology companies, to collaborate more effectively and reducing the obstacle that persons with disability face online. And then today's session will highlight the key challenge for persons with disabilities now engaging meaningfully and productively online, and also explore actions that the government, CSOs, technology companies, and the private sector should and can take to create more accessible digital space. And then with this, now I will introduce my panelists. Sitting beside me is Habtamu Shaul. Habtamu Shaul is a community worker and gender officer at Together Civil Society Organization based in Ethiopia. The organization focuses on empowering individuals with disabilities, and Habtamu's work revolves around equipping visually impaired students with essential computer skills to help enhance their employability. He firmly believes that technology can be a powerful tool for equality, and is dedicated to continuing his effort to bridge the digital divide. Online, joining us all over from Nairobi, Kenya, is Nicodemus Nayukundi, the program officer for the Kenya ICT Action Network Internet, and he has experience in enhancing access to social services, ICTs for persons with disabilities, and holds a background in IT, network, and cybersecurity. And Nicodemus' work centers on the intersection of humans and technology, especially focusing on the rights of persons with disabilities in the digital space. And thank you for joining us, Nicodemus. Sitting beside Habtamu's Wagadanyo is a strategy and program manager at Hope International Development Agency, and also he volunteers with the Together with the organization. And I work closely now with Habtamu to help bridge the digital divide for persons with disabilities in Ethiopia. Who holds a master in political science. He was awarded the African Cities Achievers Award in 2022 for his leadership and equality. Sitting on the far side is Dr. Khalid Ahmed. Dr. Khalid Ahmed is the Senior Innovation Ecosystem Development Advisor at Ethiopian Minister of Innovation and Technology, and holds a PhD from the University of Nantes from France. Was a career spanning economic and leadership holders roles at the ministry, and he contributed significantly to the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy development. And also have another speaker. I think she'll be joining us later. She has a conflicting schedule, and I will introduce her when she gets here. So thank you again, Dr. Khaled, Awoka, and Habtamu, and also Nick, for your willingness to participate in this panel discussion and share your valuable experience and insights on how to enhance digital inclusion for persons with disabilities in Africa. And let's deep dive into the discussion, and then I will start with Habtamu, if that's okay. Okay, so my question for you is, Habtamu, if you could briefly describe your work on advancing digital inclusion for persons with disability in your organization, also like overall in Ethiopia, and also if you could highlight like the most common obstacles persons with disability face when engaging online in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you. I mention it again. My name is Habtamu Shaul from Together Civil Society Organization, which is mainly engaged in empowering persons with visual impairment through diverse project components. IT is one of them, and there I am community worker and gender officer. Coming to your question, common obstacles that we are facing. The first one is lack of accessible technology. Assistive and accessible technologies like screen readers, braille displays, voice recognition software are either unavailable or unaffordable. That is the one. And the second one is inaccessible apps and websites. Many websites are inaccessible and lacking features like screen reader compatibility, keyboard navigation, voice recognition, etc., which create difficulties for persons with visual or mobility impairment. The third one is lack of awareness. Many organizations and institutions do not know that we need accessibility for technologies and we need improvement from the side of technology. So this and that can be mentioned.
Good. Good. Nicodemus? Can you hear us?
All right. Yes.
Thank you. Let me come to you now, Nicodemus. Same question, so you can give us like the insights, like same question from Kenya. Also, like if you can give like an overall picture of like for Africa, like now with the challenge where we are, like, and I can start with the work you're doing, with internet. And over to you now, Nicodemus.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mercy. As Ali introduced, I'm Nicodemus Nyakundi. I hope I'm audio enough. You can confirm?
Yes, we can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm Nicodemus Nyakundi. I come from KICTANET. KICTANET is an acronym for Kenya ICT Action Network. And my work is as a program officer on digital accessibility for persons with disability. And under this work, I've really gone ahead to advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities. And through it, we have done capacity building through various categories, from the tech world to the government and even to the persons with disabilities. We have also gone ahead to conduct research on ICTs, ICT policies, and also involve persons with disabilities to have lived experience on their access and use of digital services. So along this and in line with your question, what has come to our attention that there is a disability and then there is a cost of disability. I will say cost of disability because this is an area that is rarely defined, and most institutions, civil society, government are not able to fathom or understand what really means to the effect or cost of disability. I'll give an example in regard to that. This has led us as civil society organization to go more or skew more towards a charity model of disability. But from the human rights model point, we see that the cost of disability comes in terms of time, because you find that individuals with disabilities may take longer given their impairments and so forth to do a certain activity. So if we understand this aspect, we'll be able to initiate programs and projects or initiatives that cater for that. The other cost is financial. Like the other speaker said, there is a factor in the cost of assistive technologies, use of the internet, caregivers, and so forth. The other cost is emotional, because we are still in a society whereby disability is still facing a lot of stereotypes. We have seen cases of discrimination in terms of work and even in access to digital platforms. So all those still brings us together to the cross-cutting factors like poverty, gender, and so forth. And in all that, we see that they create major barriers in inclusion of persons with disabilities in the digital space. This we can add further with the political. We have seen that most in our parliamentarians, the issue of digital inclusion or inclusion of persons with disabilities is not a priority in their agendas. And so comes to the same case with the implementation of laws and regulations governing digital accessibility. And in conclusion, I'll say that it's upon us as civil societies and disability champions to move forth and ensure that these rights, and we really define the cost of disability along these lines so that we can create initiatives and also champion for inclusion of persons with disabilities within the digital space. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nick. And let me come to you now, and if you can build up on what Abtam was saying, specifically, in Ethiopia, like the significant obstacles was significant obstacles. People with disabilities now face when it comes to like online with digital inclusion. And also maybe you can start telling us you're working in that area.
Yeah, thank you very much, Masai, and thank you all the participants for your attention, and thank you my friends for your contribution on this session. I'm glad to have you all on board. So talking about what Together is working in advancing digital inclusion in Ethiopia, I can say it is the pioneer in digital skills training for persons with visual impairment. It's like we can say Together is the first, which gives a 1 year information communication technology and basic computer skill training for persons with visual impairment, which helps them to cope the currently advancing technological problems in Ethiopia. So Together pioneered in starting that training for persons with visual impairment, and we had also short-term trainings for public servants so that they can easily work and communicate with their colleagues, and they can advance in delivering results for the organizations which they are serving for. And then Together has other programs like rehabilitation of women, persons with visual impairment and other disabilities, including child daycare center for them so that they can work, they can have some space to work, some income generating activities for their living. Of course, we have been known in our digital skill training program because 10 years ago, working on the computer was unthinkable for someone who was sighted, let alone the visually impaired ones. But Together started providing the information communication technology training for persons with visual impairment since 10 years back from now. So that's an incredibly great achievement for Together to work on that and building the capacity of persons with visual impairment. We had another prevention of blindness and other activities, but for the sake of synchronizing with today's session, I would like to mention the technology and the digital advancement programs that the organization has been focusing on. It has also some powerful tools, some powerful advocacy tools for persons with visual impairment, including the Hear the Blind Spot program. It's like a data sonification program, meaning transforming data to sound through music. So it has such powerful advocacy tools and has a lot to do with advancing the digital capacity for persons with visual impairment. There are many barriers which are impeding persons with visual impairment to equally participate in the digital space. As you know, it's like one of the rights. And as you know, the technology is like advancing from time to time. But the problem lies on how far it is inclusive of persons with disabilities. That's the bigger question. And the challenging issue comes when we ask how technology is serving those persons with disabilities. That's the bigger question that needs to be asked and shared among panelists and the participants of this session. I grew up in an environment which is like inaccessible for persons with visual impairment to fully attend their schooling with us, like myself. There were like our friends who were visually impaired, but whenever the information technology class comes, they will be like going out because the course was inaccessible, and at the same time, tools were not available, right? So technology inaccessibility, accessibility problem becomes one of the major problems for persons with visual impairment to fully and equally participate in the digital space. And there is also, whenever there are accessible materials and digital tools, affordability becomes a bigger challenge. It's not affordable for the capacity of one person with visual impairment who is like studying his primary or secondary school in Ethiopia. It's not affordable. And at the same time, whenever we are like working on technology, whenever we are advancing in technology, we didn't think of how it is usable. How it is usable for a person with disability, for example. I mean, you may create or innovate something which is helpful as a technology advancement, but we didn't think of how it is usable for a person with disability. So these are some of the bigger problems. I mean, assistive devices, Hautamu has already mentioned that they are inaccessible or they are unaffordable. So it's a bigger challenge. And there are also, for example, screen readers. In Ethiopia, screen readers are not accessible for someone who is like unable to see and interact with like the digital tools. But they are not like fully accessible for someone, an Ethiopian who lives in, and it's not also affordable if he wants to buy. If he has the capacity, it becomes unaffordable. There are language and script barriers which are like impeding the full and equal participation of persons with disabilities in the digital space. So these are so many barriers which like the individual, at the family, the institutional or structural and socio-ecological level we are like dealing with. So the challenge didn't rest at the individual or at the family or at the institutional and structural level. It grows up. The socio-ecology is not accommodating persons with disabilities to fully and inclusively participate in the digital space. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Awoka. Patricia, thank you for joining us. And now I'll get to but first, let me go to know Dr. Khalid. Dr. Khalid, if you can tell us, your work in regard to digital inclusion of persons with disabilities, and someone who works with an Ethiopian government, and also if you can reflect, it could be from the government point of view, like the significant challenge person with disabilities face in Ethiopia. And also I want you to reflect, like, does the government really sees or like disability does really get the attention it needs in Ethiopia?
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Masai. And because we have started late, I'll keep my speech very brief. I think I have different hats. Today I'll be speaking in the context of, I think, a digital transformation, the strategy, what in that lens, and the study conducted on a different hat, specifically with crosswise works based on study entrepreneurship and decent jobs for people on disability in Ethiopia, which is on the pilot phase. So based on these two, he already introduced me on my role in the Ministry of Innovation Technology. I think persons with disabilities are very much disregarded in many parts of the government as well as private functions and programs and projects, in my opinion and from my experience. And I myself came to understand that in the last couple of years, from working with persons with disabilities through some studies and encounters in different programs. Having said that, there is a lot to do, and there is a lot that we can do and we should do for inclusive prosperity that we have as a homegrown reform agenda. It says inclusive homegrown reform agenda. So inclusive, that includes persons with disabilities as well. So I think the problem is, like I said, we have about 40 or 50% of disabled people living in Ethiopia. In one form or the other, there are disabilities. That's a study that we have conducted indicate that it's a large chunk of our population which is disregarded or not properly curated. Having said that, let me get back to you and give me a little bit of perspective on the Ethiopian digital transformation strategy, because this is we are talking about the digital inclusion element. So in the digital transformation strategy, I myself was the core team member of the strategy 2025, which is under revision now for 2030. We have achieved a lot in the last couple of years, from 2020 to 2025. I was in the development team member as well as the implementation of the digital transformation strategy within the Ministry of Innovation Technology, which is the coordinating institute in Ethiopia. There are many institutions which implement the strategy, but the coordinating institution is the Ministry of Innovation Technology. Having said that, looking back, we haven't made any effort to ensure that disabilities are included, be it in terms of framework as well as in the subsequent implementation period of a program. For example, when we started, what we looked into is, the first thing we said is, what is digital transformation for Ethiopia? Contextualization. Yeah. That's one thing. In the what question, we should have included this element. What we have seen is, we just went and developed the framework element. Infrastructure. Okay. When you say infrastructure, what we focused was the infrastructure element of the connectivity element. But what's infrastructure for disability should have been also the question, because it's a different question. It requires different resources, a different approach, and probably a different human element as well. But we went for connectivity. So 2 elements, connectivity, a second service provider, ensuring that the power supply is sustainable and affordable. That's it. Stop there. Enabling element, cybersecurity, digital ID. So we didn't go even to ensure that how are we going to issue digital IDs or national IDs, that it's in the process to make sure that it's easier for persons with disabilities. That should have been also an issue. The same goes to, in the interest of time, I will not go to across the framework. The same goes to the e-commerce. Well, how do you make e-commerce accessible, digital payments accessible, making it easy to make business for for persons with disabilities? What assistive technologies as well as assistive institutional setups should be in place? We haven't thought about that as well. The same thing with e-government and e-services. The e-service element is also one of the biggest challenges for persons with disabilities. We are focusing, we had an excuse back then, we didn't know. We had government service. If person with disability wants to open up, like for example, a business registration element, obtaining an ID, paying taxes, and many more government service making should be easier for them, and should have thought, looking back, should have thought about maybe kiosks to support them, or certain elements should have been thought, but we didn't. The digital literacy, the regulations, that's another issue. Access to finance, another issue. So once I acknowledge the limitations, I think coming back to the other element, from my encounters, now I understand that it needs a different approach. So how? Why? I asked myself, why didn't you think about it to begin with, to ensure that these people are included? I think the first thing is, there is no agency which lobbies for persons with disabilities, specifically for their inclusion in the entrepreneurship and the skills training, employment arenas of the the economy, the socio-economic sector of Ethiopia. So in my opinion, the first thing, I think the problem was having an agency, a strong agency like an association, which lobbies not only for supporting out of pity, but a real, true inclusion, economic and social inclusion of disabilities. That means how do you make them, I think, a significant part of the entrepreneurship ecosystem? How do you ensure that they have a separate access to finance tool in the financial sector? How do we ensure that across the value chain, they will have a preferential treatment in the business registration, in the marketing element? I'm talking about the entrepreneurship. You should have the and the coaching, mentorship, digital skills training. And for that, like my friend Haptamu mentioned, we need assistive technologies for them. So these are the elements, I think, that need to be advocated, that need to be lobbied in the next, I think, months in the next time to come, so that people or the people with authority would know what needs to be done. And when the strategies and new proclamations, regulations come out, they should be included accordingly. So I think the will is there, I can assure you. But what's the gap for me is the lobbying element and the articulation of the demand. We need to articulate not only, we should not ask just for wheelchairs, so we should not ask for classrooms or training facilities. I think we should have a comprehensive strategy, a comprehensive approach from top down, a comprehensive approach, but we started small and then we will expand. Otherwise, we will not have a direction. That way, I think there are resources which come in for all. We have funds from the World Bank, we have funds from the UNDP, MasterCard Foundation, be it many, our own funds from the Treasury. I think if we lobby for those ministers, state ministers, and the government authorities to allocate certain part of the budget for them, they would be willing, because our grand agenda, the inclusive economic prosperity, homegrown economic reform agenda, the inclusive element is high, incredibly underlined. Inclusivity is prioritized, but to go for action, it requires lobbying, and there is a lot of work to do there.
Thank you for Dr. for that strong reflection. I strongly agree when you say like this shouldn't be like whatever we do now around like disability inclusion, it shouldn't be out of pity, but honestly now, being real social and economic change in that area. So thank you so much. So Patricia, let me come to so first, and I'll let you introduce yourself, and also if you could tell us what you do now around in this space now in terms of inclusion of persons with disability, and also the challenges overall person with disability face when it comes to engaging meaningfully in the digital space so specifically to Uganda also, if you can also reflect because space works also outside of Uganda, and so if you can reflect also like within Africa and over to you.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I am Patricia Ainembabazi. I'm Ugandan. I work with CIPESA. Sorry for coming late. I was on another panel somewhere. I was double booked. So, but at least I've made it here. What we are doing at CIPESA, for those that don't know, but I believe everyone knows CIPESA at this point, it's a collaboration on international ICT policies for Eastern and Southern Africa. And we've been in these spaces, things to do with persons with disabilities for about 10 years. And we actually, we conducted research on the legal and practical challenges that impede persons with disabilities from enjoying their digital rights. And we developed a framework in 2019 that sort of shows the different ways that we could work and help persons with disabilities to have access and also enjoy their digital rights. The findings were based on about 20 telecom companies in different countries, and the flagship mechanism out of that is our Africa Digital Rights Fund, that we help various organizations with grants ranging from $1,000 to $2,000 is not a lot of money, but it's a step in the right direction. And some of the grantees in Kenya, we have Kenya ICT Action Network, We also have Signs of Hope in Zimbabwe. We have Together in Ethiopia. I see someone here is from Together. So, and then also we have FAMOD in Mozambique, among others. So these are organizations that we are helping, and we've helped in the past, and we are continuing to broaden that gap and to support other organizations that work in these spaces, because we see there is a need to help persons with disabilities to also be included and to find them, you know, enjoying the digital rights. We've had success stories, as we all know, even away from the ADRF. Lesotho was the last country to ratify so that the protocol was passed. And that was like a very good milestone when you look at countries that were taking up the legal instruments in this system. And as our name, you know, suggests, we looked at collaborations, and we're always, you know, willing to engage and add organizations in our docket and work together under partnerships. We do recognize the need to partner with the media, because the media remains very critical in framing and shaping public opinion around disability rights. The government also is responsible for enacting and implementing progressive laws. We have, you asked me to talk about the part of Uganda. I am Ugandan, and we are headquartered in Kampala. We have gone ahead to sit with committees in Parliament for the case of Uganda, to front ideas and pave a way how we can help persons with disabilities. You know, if you look at our website, it may not show, but we do. If you've seen most of our most of our work, we have in Braille, and so it's always very easy. We are very inclusive. That's what I'm trying to get at, and we're always advising and, you know, supporting organizations to also think about, you know, persons with disabilities. Whenever we have workshops in Kampala, or even in our recently, for those that were in Dakar in Senegal, we had our forum on internet freedoms in Africa, FIFA Africa 2024. It was in Dakar, Senegal in September. And we had sign language, you know, and we also had our documents in Braille. So we are always very looking out for persons with disabilities. And not only, I know when someone talks about CPESA, you're like, oh, maybe those are just lawyers. And no, true, I'm a lawyer, but we also have other people that look on the other aspects, not only like legal processes, but the way of life. Yeah, thank you. That's what I can say for now.
Yeah, thanks so much.
First, allow me just to stick a bit on the first question. I would like to thank Dr. Endawok for echoing what should not be disregarded issues like exemption of the subject IT in the national level. It's a bit tricky. Persons in the position know that we can use computers, assistive devices we can operate on. They know, they understand this, but they don't allow us to take the class in the national level. I am sure this is not true in Kenya and Uganda. Patricia and Nick can tell us this, but the reality in the ground in our country, which is the most common obstacle that should not be disregarded, is this one. And the other one is limited digital literacy training. It's only our organization as our worker has already said it. It's only our organization that focus and due attention. Actually, it's our case, but it's not the case. Not is the case not only ours. So government should give it attention. Coming back to your question, again, key successful initiatives. It should be government program, private sector initiative, or NGO projects. As NGO, we have good experience. We give training, a year training on basic computer skills, and all our students, 95%, I dare say, are certified in COC, which is a big success. The other one is we give focus and due attention for particular and special needs so as to address accordingly the issues and to solve the problems. For instance, we can mention the Office of First Lady. The office administered Orkamai, its assistive device that reads hard copies for persons with visual impairment. It has been administrating and distributing the device for over 2,000 persons with visual impairment. That's a good progress. And yet again, it has built a magnificent building, which is a school for the blind, for the high schooler blind students. Yeah, that's a good initiative as well, so as to mention.
Good. I mean, Tamun, you have also now settled for COC competence, like a certificate of competence, and you have a COC with ICT, right?
Yeah.
Like show, like, no, it's like, people with visual impairment are able to do it and like capable.
Yeah.
Good, fantastic.
Is equalizer. It solves any problem, but in our country-wise, practically, it's not well understood, I guess.
For that reflection, Economos Hopan is still with us. Nick?
Yes, I'm still.
You're here. Okay, fantastic. From the same question, if you can tell us now any like successful initiatives now, focused, this space, and in what makes like this, initiative successful, and then how, if you can tell us like what we can take from that. By the way, I have your best practice for digital inclusion of persons with disabilities in Kenya community. That
thank
copy,
you.
so I think it's so about like picking up from that. So yeah.
Yes, I'm so happy to see that you still holding tight to the guidelines. So back to your question, in KICTANET, we prioritize digital inclusion, and it's from that working with the person with disability directly that we realized that there is a tendency of focusing most of the works in the capitals, or say the urban centers, while we forget the rural areas. This prompted us to, if I can use the word, decentralize our works so that we reach out to more, because the more we capacity build the people in urban centers and ignore those in the rural areas, then we continue to widen the digital divide. So with that, for example, through the funding of SPESA, like Patricia mentioned earlier, we were able to reach out to the community networks. These are, I'll say, internet connecting sites and also the other digital services within localities like in rural areas or in the slums in cases of urban centers. So these institutions are best based on understanding the needs of the locals. And we know very well that disability is distributed across regions and they never miss in the rural areas. Actually in Kenya, rural areas stands out with the highest number of persons with disabilities compared to the urban centers. And so in such a case, we decentralize our works and ensure that we build capacity from the rural areas and also from the urban center end, so that the meeting point will be like all capacitated or build environment whereby people are inclusively understand the inclusive means and also they understand what it means to be in the digital space. And so with that, it has helped in bridging the gaps. For example, the earlier speaker from Ethiopia mentioned that there is a gaps in accessing government services. And so that's the same case with Kenya, that we have almost all government services moved online. But like in this example, in registration of business, you'll find that people in rural areas don't know even the basics of opening up a browser and accessing the service. So those are the skills that we are promoting, and we are also promoting safe use of internet to persons with disabilities, so that as we onboard them to the digital space, they are not left out in terms of being exposed to threats that are occurring online. Moving on fast, we as an organization also, KICTANET, we have also moved a step ahead to ensure that all our programs are as inclusive as possible. This is because as much as we have a separate program on persons with disabilities, we are also focusing on ensuring that any other programs are also inclusive. This ensures that we have a wider space for persons with disabilities and also the opinions regarding, for our case, ICT policies and research, so that we have a larger pool of ideas compared to maybe having just a single program that runs on disability. So integrating our works with other programs is also a good thing. The other thing that we have successfully done is collaborations. We have collaborated with the government in capacity building also. This because the government has a greater reach, but still with us as civil societies on the grassroots, we are able to bring on board the audience and also to offer insightful or evidence-based approaches to the programs that the government can initiate in impacting digital inclusion for persons with disabilities. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nick. For the second time, like same question. If you can mention one of your successful initiatives, and what made it successful, and so we can learn from that. If you can, I know like you have plenty, you can go on through, but like if you can mention one significant achievement, that would be fantastic.
Thank you very much again, Masai. So just building up on what Havtamu said, I just want to share with you one successful initiative that we had back in 6 years in 2019, which has been inaugurated at the 2019 Forum on Internet Freedom in Africa, which was held in Skylight Hotel in Addis Ababa. And I think Patricia you will recall that forum, I think. So that successful project, we call it like Hear the Blind Spot initiative, which is done based on a data sonification mechanism. Just to give you some highlight about data sonification for some of you who have no any idea about that, it's like transforming data into sound through music. So we have gathered a lot of, we have made some research about the potentials, the capabilities, and the challenges of persons with disabilities in regard to the digital space. And then finally, in Kenya, we come up with an initiative which is called Hear the Blind Spot. So that integrates the data sonification mechanism and the realities here in Ethiopia about the real challenges, the successes and aspirations of a young Ethiopian girl, which is called Desta. So everyone can visit and navigate the website, heartheblindspot.org, so that to learn how the initiative works. But this was one of the initiative that together has successfully implemented, which is like powerful advocacy mechanism for the rights of persons with disabilities. It contains the story of a young Ethiopian girl and presented with like the flute rhythm. There are some tangible and reliable information and data collected from our team, and at the same time we use some open source data from the World Bank and other like pertinent organizations, so that to come up with such successful advocacy tool of the Hear the Blind Spot initiative. So that shows how the Star Story initiates both the rural and urban Ethiopian women, how they can narrate their stories using, whenever they are like, even if they are visually impaired, they can narrate their stories using the data sonification mechanism through music. So that was one of the powerful initiatives that we had. And finally, I would like to share that that project has been recognized for its powerful advocacy by the 2021 Mandela and Gracia Machel award system. So that project is like the one which together in the other heart of mine, that when I work with Havtamu and Biniam becomes successful, and we're currently like running that project in different community campaigns to raise awareness about the challenges and potentials of persons with disabilities. Thank you very much, Masai.
Thanks so much, Havtamu. Patricia, I mean, you have reflected a bit about what you've been doing and the success we have and achieved through your work. And if you have, if you want to add into that, I appreciate it. And also what we can learn from that.
Absolutely. Yeah, just to add on to what I had already shared, we have something on the horizon. December 3rd, the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. We do have a report. We've reviewed policies and laws around the same area, and we'll be launching this report on that same day. I invite you to check out our website. If you're on our list, definitely you'll get it. And it sort of shows the progress and the milestones that we've done as CPESA, like we've made with our partners, and also the challenges that we've met. You've talked about how it's difficult to work with government on these issues and how unresponsive they are. And we sort of have a chapter on this, and also recommendations on how we can going forward, engage with them. And also the same report talks about the issue of working with telecom companies and how willing or unwilling they have been so far in incorporating persons with disabilities. When you talk about their products, how inclusive the products they have are and all that. So it's same day, the 3rd of December, we'll have that report out, and we'll also have a session, a webinar on the same. Normally, whenever we release such reports, you always have like blogs around them to like do a digest, because a report is too big. We don't expect someone to go and deeper if they just want like to pick up some things. But in the end, when you asked success stories, it's a big bucket. It's a big bucket. We've been doing this for 10 years with PWDs, and we continue to help, and we pledge to always have that fund directly for organizations that work around these spaces. Thank you.
You mentioned that you've been working on something for December. Is it like focused on Uganda, like overall, like Africa?
No, it's continental.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to know. So now I'm rushing, Dr. Kyle, let me come to so my question for you is like policies and strategies that Ethiopian government is implementing in this area.
like to support, persons with disabilities, digital inclusion. If you can like expand on that, you have touched a bit into that, but like if you can expand that, I appreciate it.
There are a couple of, I think, laws and regulations that you already know, the National Plan of Action, that everybody knows for inclusion of persons with disabilities, but it didn't go all the way into strategy. So that's, I think, the one thing that we need to do. I'll focus on what we need to do rather than where we are, because there isn't much. There is accessibility standards in one way or the other. There is also, it helps one way or the other. But the one thing I think we should focus on is the digital literacy element in the short term. I think the low-hanging fruit is the digital literacy strategy that we are implementing in 3 phases. The basic digital literacy, content processing, and content development. I think the content development element is already in full swing with the 5 million coders project. It's remote work. That's also, we should expand that as a project to the persons with disabilities as well. Having said that, in the interest of time, I think I'll take more of the assignment that in the drafting of the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, because the strategy is for now in the digital space, the strategy is I think the governing document. So in the umbrella, the governing document. So in that strategy, I think we need to focus on, and we'll reconsider in the drafting stage where we should consider persons with disabilities across the ecosystem, across the value chain. For example, in economic empowerment, remote work is now our next target. So how do we include in economic empowerment, remote work and virtual entrepreneurship? How do we include them in healthcare, telemedicine, and so on? Access to information, digital libraries, government services, online learning, and this customized to the in a context of persons with disabilities. Other than that, I would rather take that more of the assignment rather than talk about the existing strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid Tamu. So coming to you now, and if you can just briefly, if you can within a minute or less, if you can tell us how can civil society, like the private sector, the businesses, independent medias, government, also like technological companies with other stakeholders, better collaborate to promote digital inclusion of persons with disabilities in Ethiopia.
So your question in a recommendation way. First, CSOs like ours should advocate policies that promote digital inclusion. Government should outline national accessibility standard and should also ensure the provision of services online. Business sectors should empower persons with disabilities and also give a chance of employment in their tech centers. And regarding independent media, they should produce content in accessible formats like sign language interpretation, MP3 audio, tactile formats, etc. And also should promote successful stories so as to challenge stigma and reverberate digital inclusion. I think that's a good way.
Thank you, Optamo. Nicodemus, you here?
Yes, I am here still.
Okay, good, fantastic. The same question. I know you have been a little bit into this topic earlier about collaboration and stuff, and if you can add into that, and yep.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to go much deeper into this, but I refer you to the book you are holding, the study report on page 40, and I'll quote part of it that digital inclusion and accessibility should not be a one-time effort. Specifically on that heading, you realize that from that study report, it's sort of but it's a guideline for community networks, but also can be adopted by any institution in ensuring inclusion of persons with disabilities. We go forward to see so many areas of collaboration through that study report. But what I want to say is that we should ensure that accessibility efforts are continuous, and not that we start one and stop halfway and then speak another one. It should be a continuous process, because we hope to build on what has already established, so that there is a continuous improvement from the past. The other thing is we'll be consistent in collaborations, like benchmarking, sharing platforms across the country, and even within the CSOs themselves. For example, while doing that study report, I came across a very interesting policy or act from Uganda on information and communication. And I'd wish that as a country, had we borrowed this from them, the Ugandans, then ours would have been much better, because we see that from the Ugandan point, they really focus on digital inclusion of persons with disabilities, and they come out to mention it, that it is one of the necessities. This is compared to other policies that are just vague, mentioning inclusion, but they don't state or clarify on the need for that. So in this, I'm vouching for collaborations and benchmarking as one of the best ways we can collaborate in ensuring we promote digital inclusion and accessibility for persons with disabilities. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Nick. Vishal, you reflect on the same question. How can we, best collaborate, to bring change, in this area?
I do agree with the previous person that talked about this not being a one-off. This is a continuous effort. I wouldn't expect someone to have a project on this issue and after 6 months they abandon it. So it should be something consistent, something that is progressive, and we need as more partners as possible, to collaborate. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Dr. Khalid, same question.
I agree with Patricia. What we need is, I think, a comprehensive approach, a long-term sustainable approach. So it's not dependent on a single institution or individual. I think to do so, we should come together and come up, first of all, with the right strategy or certain program or roadmap with the right framework. What are the necessary elements in terms of infrastructure, enabling systems, policy and regulations, digital literacy, other supportive assistive technologies, be it. I think that will be answered with the study. And having said that, if we come up with that and with the right advocacy, all the partners should come together and join, I think, with the joint initiatives, knowledge sharing, capacity building, digital literacy, and at the end, it's very important also to come up with a capacity building element. Inter-institutional capacity building and knowledge sharing element is very important. I think my underlying final conclusion is, I think, the comprehensive strategy, to come up with a comprehensive strategy, we need to partner better.
Okay, do you have a different view?
I don't have any different view, but I want to build upon all what has been suggested by the panelists. I mean, we know that there is a usual practice of the idea of collaboration, having one meeting and wrapping up the session with some sort of key points of the session, but we need to get out of the usual way. I suggest that my personal suggestion focuses on first empowering persons with disabilities themselves to own their own advocacy programs is the best way for me to cope from such challenges. And additionally, I'm just proposing that the issue of advancing digital inclusion should be done in a concerted effort beyond the usual way and the usual practice, like the previous panelists have said, and with a defined purpose and all the stakeholders meaningfully participating in all the process to come up with the, narrowing down the digital divide for persons with disabilities. So I would rather say starting from empowering persons with disabilities themselves to meaningful engagement of all stakeholders should be an ideal mechanism to narrow down the digital divide.
Thanks so much, I think that's not qualified enough as a closing remark. I know they also be now having a session here, so I will not be opening on the floor for a question that we don't have time. And thanks so much. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Khalid Awoka and Haftamu. I mean, so much for insights, and then I really appreciate it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hello? Can you hear me? But see. Hello? Okay. Hey, can everybody hear me? I think we're going to go ahead and start. I'm not sure, there was a little confusion about the coffee break and the timing and all of that, but I think we can go ahead and start because I don't think we can keep waiting. So this session is going to, we're mostly going to talk about AI governance within the context of data governance and try to connect some of the lessons because I think, especially in Africa, there's been a lot of progress with data governance policies and regulations now. So, but then we're beginning to have conversations about AI governance. So the whole goal of this discussion is really to figure out some of the gaps, the challenges, the mistakes that maybe we've made with our data governance processes, and how, as we are beginning to think about AI governance and work on policies and regulations, we'll make sure not to repeat those same mistakes with with AI governance. I do not expect, my goal with this, initially this was supposed to be, sorry, excuse me. Okay. Initially, this was supposed to be a panel. I was supposed to have two other people join me, but that couldn't happen because of timing and all of that. So my goal is that maybe I don't expect to take all of the time, maybe present for the 20 minutes at most, and then really have a rich discussion about this in the room. I know that many of you here are data governance experts or internet governance stakeholders in the internet governance space, and I'm just really hoping that we could have a very rich discussion after this, and for all of us to also share our lessons and the work that we are doing in this space. So first to introduce myself, my name is Abigail. I am from Ghana. I am affiliated with Tech Global Institute, which is an organization that focuses on bridging the digital safety divide in the global South. So we primarily work in Africa, in South Asia, and also some parts of Latin America, just really focusing on tech accountability and also digital safety inequalities and digital rights as well. Okay, so to start us off, I know many of you, if not all of you here, already know and understand what data governance is. But just to ensure that we're starting from a common baseline of understanding, I wanted to define, am I getting feedback? I wanted to define data governance and how data governance is often defined. So data governance is commonly defined as the rules, processes, guidelines according to which data is created, collected, stored, used, protected, accessed, shared, and deleted. So I put all of those words there just to really show the scope of data governance and how wide the scope and coverage is. And I like to describe it as an end-to-end process of the data life cycle, from literally when it is created or collected to when it is stored, deleted, or processed. In Africa, I think data governance efforts date back to as early as 2001, with Cape Verde being one of the pioneers in this space and enacting its data protection law in 2001. And this is way before, GDPR or even the AU Malabo Convention. As of November 2024, at least the last time I checked, there are currently 40 countries in Africa that have data protection laws or policies, which roughly represents about 74% of the continent. The most recent ones are, I think, Ethiopia enacted one this year, and also Malawi. I think that this goes to show how much progress, within the region and the continent, we've come with data protection laws. But also data governance generally as a concept, I think goes way back as goes way back. But I think it definitely started gaining attention and a lot of awareness was given to data governance as early as I think the early 2000s, with like the data breaches and the data leaks, and things that happening with like Facebook and the Cambridge Analytica case, for example. I think it brought a lot of attention into like just data and how we are protecting and using or storing and processing data, and also like selling data to advertisers. And I think that led to the creation of the EU GDPR, which was, I think, enacted in 2016, but implemented in 2018. But in Africa, I think sometimes we forget that as much as I think the EU GDPR like really inspired a lot of data governance policies in the region, before the EU, the GDPR, we actually already had the AU Malabo Convention on, I think, personal data protection and cybersecurity, which was I think was announced in 2014 actually, but has currently just been ratified by 15 countries. And, we'll talk more about that later. But I'm not sure. I think this graph is very unclear, and I apologize for it. But this just maps out like the evolution of data governance in Africa, with like, Cape Verde and countries like Cape Verde and Seychelles, Tunisia, Burkina Faso, Senegal, right at the very tip, at the very beginning. And then more recently, we have countries like Zimbabwe, there's Rwanda, there's Tanzania, there's Somalia and Nigeria in 2023. Actually, and in 2024, I think Malawi and Ethiopia, and I think Namibia also has a draft policy. So this also highlights how I think a lot of African data protection laws are mostly in their infant stages. So we haven't really also had a chance to like really test I don't like really see it work out in implementation, or really test out like its efficiency or its strength at really like protecting user data. This map, which I also don't think is clear enough, apologies, is a map that was created by the Tech Hive Advisory. They're based in Nigeria. That really shows like the progress with like data protection laws and across the region. So this map actually says that countries with laws are 39, but it hasn't been updated to include Malawi. So you see the Malawi still in red, but countries that are yellow and blue are countries, that are green and blue are countries which have data protection laws and enforcement authorities. And countries that are yellow and green are countries that have data protection laws but do not have data protection authorities or some kind of a data protection commission to enforce these laws. And these include, like, we have Egypt, there's DRC, Madagascar, I think Guinea is also here, and even Equatorial Guinea. They have the data protection laws but do not have any enforcement authorities. And then in red are countries that do not have any form of data protection laws, and I think that's like includes Libya, Sudan, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and I think some of these countries that are in red also have some policies in maybe at the draft stage, but they haven't been ratified or published yet. So just to highlight some of the data governance laws and policies in Africa, and I'm just highlighting Kenya and Ghana here. The Ghana's Data Protection Act was enacted in 2012, and it protects personal data by ensuring lawful, transparent, and secure processing. It also gives individuals rights over their data, mandates organizations to obtain consent for data use. Kenya's Data Protection Act of 2019 guarantees data subjects rights to access, correct, and delete their data, while mandating organizations to process data lawfully, transparently, and securely. So both of these laws that are highlighted here actually really, I think some of the main things that they do is they give the data subjects consent. They all mostly focus on personal data too, as you see with like many of the data protection laws in Africa. they all give a variety of rights to individuals in terms of how to access data, consent, or even requesting for deletion of their data. One major difference that I would want to flag here between the Ghana law and the Kenya law is that Ghana allows for open data, cross-border data transfer. Whereas like Kenya, which is very similar to a lot of African countries, has like some requirements that which they call adequacy restrictions, that there are some restrictions in place that makes it difficult to like transfer data across borders, and we'll discuss that in detail as we move forward in this presentation. I also wanted to highlight some of the differences as well as alignments of the data protection laws in on the continent. And these are just examples. This is by no means an exhaustive list. But when it comes to enforcement, for example, some data protection laws include or require the creation of data enforcement authorities, but others do not, as we saw with like that image with the map. There are also a lot of gaps with enforcement where many data protection commissions lack the funding, capacity, and even the structure to operate independently that makes them a bit inefficient in practice. So in theory, there is the law, there is a policy, but the reality is that they are not able to like really operate efficiently. In terms of penalties, there are also differences in penalties. Like South Africa's Act, for example, has like really high fines of up to like $500,000 or imprisonment for serious violation. But even with Ghana, Ghana also does actually have imprisonment, but also it has less severe fines, and it also emphasizes warnings and other corrective measures over like punitive actions. Cross-border data transfer is also like a really big one, where there are a lot of differences among countries. Like that example I gave, like Ghana has like makes it relatively easier to transfer data across borders. But countries such like Nigeria, Benin, Burkina Faso, they all have restrictions on transferring cross-border transfers and have like varying like adequacy requirements that you'd have to have in place before you can transfer data. Coverage too, is there are also a lot of differences. Like some countries have like very broad laws that applies to every industry, and other countries like Morocco, for example, their data protection acts like starts from is very sector specific, where it starts from I think the banking, the telecom, before coming to like the broader general data laws. And finally, I think consent is also where where there are also a lot of differences. Some countries have like Gabon, for example, takes consent further to even for if you're using data for research, for example, would request that use the research ethics committee provide an opinion before you're able to like even use and process that data, which I found very interesting. One thing that I haven't flagged here is the fact that the different laws also explain or define personal data differently. I did some comparisons actually just for when I was prepping for this, and saw that even the word and how the exact language that that is used to define personal data is very different, which I found very interesting among different countries. They're very similar, and I think they all kind of in the end mean the same, but it's also different choice of words for each. And I think some also have intentionally designed that way to have like some loopholes around that, but we'll discuss that later too as well. Some other regional and sub-regional policies and frameworks that also exist, the Malabo Convention by the AU, which I mentioned already, in which was I think launched in 2014, but has still not been ratified across Africa. So I think it's technically still not operational or it's not binding because it hasn't been ratified by every country. Sub-regional policies, there's the ECOWAS Act, there's also one for the SADC has a data protection law. The EAC also has a legal framework, I believe. There's also the AU data policy framework, which is very recent, very new. And then there's the AFCFTA digital trade protocol as well. So just to quickly highlight the AU data policy framework, these are some of the principles that are outlined within the AU DPF. Just to quickly go over some of them, there's like cooperation where it mandates the government to work with all the relevant stakeholders in every country on data protection policies and laws. It also recommends like integration across countries and harmonization. It also recommends like data protection laws are fair and inclusive, and that they do not worsen like the digital inequalities that already exist in some countries. There's also integrity and justice, which means that data processing and storage, all the processes around data management should be done lawfully to preserve the integrity of data protection laws and authorities. There's also trust, safety, and accountability where it really recommends that laws should prioritize the safety of citizens, and also that there's transparency and accountability. There's sovereignty, and finally, I think comprehensive and forward-looking, that I think mostly speaks to like having the digital infrastructure in place, and also ensuring that going forward, that data protection laws remain very consistent and aligned with the times and innovations that come with time. So to also highlight some of the gaps and opportunities that some data protection laws and policies have on the continent, some of the gaps that have been flagged include like a lack of harmonization, where there's a lot of fragmentation and differences across among laws in different countries, which again affects like cross-border data flows and makes it difficult for, if you're a business and you're doing business in Ghana, for example, if there is a set of different policies that you have to that you're beholden to in Ghana, for example, and then if you go to like Egypt or Morocco, there are different set of policies that kind of makes doing business across the continent very difficult and challenging. There's enforcement challenges around where there is a lack of like capacity and funding, and also the independence of enforcement authorities. Data categorization, a lot of data protection laws mostly maybe will define personal data, but doesn't really talk about because even within personal data, there's like personal identifiable data, there's PII, and then there's personal data. And there are all of these very subtle differences that are not really captured in data protection laws, that I think makes it difficult because then that leaves the interpretation to companies or organizations to just like define it themselves. And that could create inconsistencies in how like data is managed in every country. There are cybersecurity gaps. A lot of data protection laws do not cover cybersecurity or do not mention cybersecurity or any kind of security infrastructure or processes to protect the data. And I think that's a huge gap that exists in a lot of data protection laws, and also about ethical data use and ensuring that, data is not used to create like bias or discriminate or inequalities, to widen the inequality gaps as well. Or even like there are some ways that sometimes data and technology is being used, like, for surveillance, for example, that's described as a very unethical way to use it. I think some opportunities that exist to be able to like really harness the impacts of data protection laws include like, having that harmonization and streamlining step to really enable cross-border collaboration. I think there's also like a really big opportunity to use that to improve digital literacy or public awareness. I don't think a lot of countries, especially countries that do not even have enforcement authorities, I think like when data protection laws were established, it was just like, yeah, that's it, and was done. I don't think there's been a lot of like public sensitization. I don't think people are really aware of the rights that the citizen rights that they have in data protection laws and policies. And I think there is a huge opportunity gap there to like really do a lot of public awareness, which can also help to promote digital literacy. Data protection and user safety, I think, again, because a lot of data protection laws haven't really been efficient, although like they exist and the rights are outlined in these laws, they haven't really been implemented, or citizens are also maybe in some ways not even aware of their rights to be able to exert them. And also the lack of like capacity building and infrastructure, because even for these enforcement authorities, I think some do not, like for people who work in government, for example, or work with these government agencies, I think there's an opportunity to like really provide training to build capacity, and also the infrastructure. I think connecting that to cybersecurity gaps, there are a lot of companies, a lot of governments do not have maybe the security infrastructure to actually protect data that is being collected, especially maybe at the government scale. So I think I see this as also like an opportunity to improve infrastructure in that way. I just wanted to quickly highlight this section on whether or not data protection acts have been successful at protecting digital rights and safety, because a lot of data protection laws in Africa, really, they always start with like the goal of, this law is supposed to protect digital rights and, individual rights regarding like their data and all of that. But there's a question of whether or not it has actually been successful. And I think because a lot of these laws are also very new and very young, they haven't really been fully tested to prove that. But some example, and I think Access Now did a whole, actually has a research report on this, where they flagged that there are some harmful exemptions, especially in like, I think some examples they use like Kenya, Uganda, where, there are some like exceptions for when data, maybe consent wouldn't be requested, or when data would be processed, maybe in an unlawful way, just maybe like for national security reasons. But it's very broad, and I think it can be exploited and can be used to maybe to violate human rights, or to violate or abuse human rights. But there are all these like very broad exemptions. I think exemptions are necessary because national security is, these are very real reasons, but I think it's important to have guidelines and standards around this to make it very clear when that can be done, and not for people to exploit it. There's also enforcement accountability. A lot of DPAs have been silent and haven't held organizations accountable to data protection laws. This has been I think there's been some examples for example, in Ghana did a whole like national ID card registration or something like that. And I think there were some parts of the process that kind of violated the data protection laws and principles, where there wasn't really like data minimization or even like around consent. But again, there wasn't really any statement from like the Data Protection Commission of Ghana, for example, because this was also like a government exercise, which goes back to like the independence of enforcement authorities. Because if you're funding and your structure, if your funding lies with like the ministry, for example, it's very difficult for you to have your independence, and it's very easy for them to speak out or take like very strong positions on things, especially when it involves government. there is also limited understanding of laws by the courts to enforce them, which also connects to low digital literacy. Because I think there was this case in Nigeria where it was a case that actually went to the courts where somebody sued like a government-owned mobile application for not issuing like a privacy notice for the data that it was collecting. But in the end, I think the courts actually threw out the case and because they said that the government had the right to actually collect that data because it was for public benefit. And it was such a weird case where I think that the government's rights and access to data was really upheld over the individual rights to data. But then a lot of data protection laws, which is also very conflicting because a lot of data protection laws also are created to protect individual rights over data and user data. So it's just very, very, I think this inconsistency of how sometimes the law is applied and also even our understanding of the law, across stakeholders, including the public as well, due to low digital literacy. And then some laws, I think I've mentioned this already, some laws do not differentiate between what counts as personal data versus non-personal data. And I think that can really or the different data categorizations across like health or telecom. I think health, telecommunications, education are some of the major sectors that collect a lot of data from us, especially in a lot of African countries. And it's not clear how they're managing or processing or storing these data and if it's done really in accordance with like the law. And then finally, the lack of independence of enforcement authorities, like I mentioned earlier, just makes it difficult for them to hold violators of the law accountable. So shifting gears here to talk about artificial intelligence. My goal with this session was really to start from, talking about data governance, and then making that connection between data governance and AI governance and ensuring and looking at how we can transfer the lessons that we've learned from data governance process and also make sure we're not repeating maybe some of the mistakes, for example, or some of the gaps and challenges that I flagged earlier that we are having with data governance enforcement. So just to make sure we have a baseline understanding of what AI governance is, or what artificial intelligence even is. It is a field of computer science that gives machines the ability to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. And I think artificial intelligence has always been with us. Technologies that are powered by artificial intelligence, go way back. I think when I was reading more about this into like the 1900s, right? But I think there was significant growth in 2000, which saw creations like, like Siri and Alexa. I think a lot of people are very familiar with Siri or some kind of Siri lookalike, depending on the kind of phone you use. And then I think very recently, with like the increase in developments in generative AI that we're seeing with like ChatGPT, DALL-E, Claude, a lot of AI tools being developed, a lot of generative AI especially, I think has really created the surge in like AI awareness and AI governance, and has also brought the attention of government to like artificial intelligence and also the need to regulate it. I just want to stop here for a minute to check if everybody's okay. I think I've been going on and on for a while. Okay, is it all London? Does it make sense? Okay. I'll be done soon and then we can start, talking about all of this. I wanted to highlight some of the ways that AI is currently being used in Africa, because I think that sometimes when you talk about AI, a lot of people think, oh, it's like, in the Western countries, but it really is being used. Even here, a lot of us are using some of these tools already. In government, and all of this is from a report by the Brookings Institution. For example, Morocco has established like research and development centers in specific like districts and cities in their country. Togo has also been using AI to identify some of the poorest cantons. The cantons I think can be defined differently as like districts in the country to ensure that they get the right and relevant support. Zambia has been using it to combat misinformation, and also and these are not this has been done with the help. I mean, it's with governments. It's many of these are being implemented by government, but also with international support. So I should also say that. So it's not really just government doing this these initiatives on their own. And a very interesting one is that there's been an alleged use of ChatGPT bots on X to influence Ghana's elections, which I think has there's a report that was done by Rest of the World that it was an article that they did and research they did on this, which showed that there are being like AI bots are being used to like spread a lot of misinformation and disinformation on X about the elections. Ghana's elections is happening in December 7th, actually, so it's coming up very soon. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting. In the private sector too, there's been an increase in tech startups that are focused on AI. There are examples of some of these startups like Intern Health in Nigeria. There is Lalapa Labs in South Africa. There's Mino Health AI Labs in Ghana. Also, a lot of the big tech companies have also developed AI research labs. So I think there's some like Microsoft has one in Kenya. Google has a research lab in Ghana. IBM also has research labs in, I think, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, maybe. I'm forgetting the name. So the private sector is really moving aggressively on this, just so you know. And then on the consumer, from the consumer perspective, also there's just really been, I think, which consumers, which include all of us, I think, there's been an increase also in a lot, especially from Kenya. I don't know what you all are doing there, but there's research from the 2024 Stanford AI Index that shows that 27% of Kenyans use ChatGPT daily. And this only comes behind, so I think like India is first, Pakistan is second, and then Kenya is third. And if you compare Kenya's population to like India's population, right? And for Kenya to be third, it just goes to show how much you all are using this. And this is only for ChatGPT, but I think it's a good indicator. And then there's even Google search trends also revealed rising consumer interest in AI across Africa. Again, in India, researches related to AI has increased, in Kenya, sorry, from 20 to 70% over the last year and 400% over the last 5 years in countries such as Kenya. So I think it's safe to establish that maybe when it comes to AI usage, especially from the consumer angle, Kenya's really leading in Africa. And also for education and research, a lot of African educational institutions and universities already have a lot of like AI labs and AI research ongoing across this like Uganda, South Africa, Ghana even. So I just really wanted to bring this here to show that as much as sometimes maybe we think that, maybe Africans do not care about AI or not thinking about it, is very much being used here. So the earlier we also start having conversation about it, the risks, governance, and all of that, the better for all of us, because it's already been used. So with that, I also wanted to flag some of the, and I'm just so sorry, I think my slide, because looking at it from here, it's not very clear. Yeah, and I think it's maybe the formats, maybe if we could have zoomed in a little bit, but it's fine. I can't, nah, let me see. If I No, I'm realizing that I cannot. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to read all of this out loud. So there are job losses and inequality. I think, that has been very clear. There's been a lot of conversations about this, about how AI, especially for jobs that can be easily automated, that AI can be used to like really take people's jobs, and this could also widen the economic inequality that we already have in a lot of these countries. Excuse me. There is also safety and security. AI has could easily be a cybersecurity threat. Cybersecurity could be used as in a lot of different ways to physically harm even. I don't know if everybody heard of this story, but recently in the news there was this example of how there was this teenager that was using an AI chatbot, and actually through their conversations, I think there was a statement the chatbot said about maybe come home to me or something like that. And this teenager assumed that it meant that, I guess, because who knows where AI lives. So I think he just shot himself and committed suicide. And so this goes to show you some of the real harms and risks that AI poses to our societies and our communities in terms of safety and security. Data privacy is very real. A lot of AI technologies are being trained on mass data, right? And there's been a lot of questions and concerns around consent. Again, going back to data protection laws, we all haven't given consent for, I don't know if OpenAI has come or any of these organizations have come to ask for consent to use our data, but in some ways, indirectly or not, I won't be surprised as our data have been used to train some of these tools. There is the risk of surveillance. I think there's even this example from Zambia, how a lot of countries are using, Zimbabwe, sorry, that Zimbabwe has been using AI tools for surveillance. I think that's alleged. I don't know the truth in that. But even that, there are a lot of companies in Israel, for example, that are supplying surveillance technologies to a lot of African countries, which is happening. There is the risk of bias and discrimination where, thank you. Thank you very much. There is the risk of bias and discrimination, where we talk a lot about AI bias and how AI has been the biases that already exist in our society reflects online and reflects in this data that is used to train the data. So sometimes I think especially when a lot of these AI tools came, there are examples of how when you ask for, oh, can you show me a picture of who the most beautiful woman is? It shows you a very, very white woman with blue eyes, with, just they just didn't feel very inclusive of what maybe the image of who a beautiful person is. And again, there's also deep fakes that are used to spread misinformation and disinformation. A lot of very real, I'm not sure if it was Kenya's elections or South Africa or Uganda or all of them. I think there were examples of, I think, women parliamentarians there were some deep fakes created about them that were used to spread misinformation about them. There's also lack of transparency where a lot of the algorithms that are used to power these technologies are not very transparent. So I just wanted to also flag some of these risks here as well, because I think maybe when we talk about AI governance, some people do not really think of a need for that, but I think there are some real risks, safety and security risks that come with it, but that I think is very important for them to be flagged here. Oh wait, okay. So just to go into the governance bit, and oh, okay, it looks very weird. Just to I'm gonna go quickly through this. There's the EU AI Act, which is probably the most prominent AI act that has been, released recently in 2024. Canada also released the world's first national AI strategy in 2017. The US has, the president of the United States also had like an executive order, and they have, I think, several executive orders on how to use AI in a very safe and secure way. But also several states prominently, like California, for example, recently, I think the governor didn't sign that bill, but there are several bills that were introduced in California about, AI, relating to AI governance. Other countries that have AI bills in the works include like India, Brazil, and also some other countries like the UK, New Zealand have taken different approaches where they do not have AI laws, but they have like guidelines or amendments or maybe like national policies or strategies, and maybe some sector specific laws. Oh, I have only 10 minutes. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. But that's not fair because the other people took a lot of my time. I am almost done here, but when it comes to AI governance in Africa, though, is a very different story. No country has a dedicated AI legislation, although I think Mauritius has a partial legislation. But 30 countries in their data protection laws have kind of allude to automated decision making or automated processing of data, but it's not very explicit. But at least there's something there in some countries. So far, only about, I think, I'm not sure if it's 7 or 8 countries have some kind of national AI policy or program, like Benin, Egypt, Ghana, Mauritius, Rwanda, Senegal, and Tunisia. 13 countries have established an expert commission or task force on AI. I will add here that I think countries are also doing AI legislation and policies, but they're not public about it, or have not really been transparent about the process, so people are not aware that all of that work is ongoing. Which again, I think is something that I'm going to flag in the next slide about just how there's no proper efficient like stakeholder management in these processes. The AU is working on something that they're hoping to be ratified in 2025. And then there is also artificial intelligence blueprints that I think South Africa is working on in partnership with the Smart City Alliance, which is a Smart City Alliance project, but I'll also say that has come under it's been criticized as being bankrolled by big tech and all of that. I don't have a lot of time to go into that. So just to really come to my very last slides here, just to talk about some of the lessons from data governance for AI governance. And I'm not going to go over everything here because of time. And I was hoping to really hear from all of you too. I think maybe some of the biggest thing I've heard recently is just about whether or not African governments asking themselves, or even all the relevant stakeholders, whether or not we need separate AI legislation, or whether or not we need to amend our data governance laws to include AI guidelines, or have some kind of national strategy or framework. Because again, earlier on in the presentation, I talked about how we do have like data enforcement, data governance regulations, and have data governance enforcement authorities, which have not been very effective. And so then it's like, already, there's not a lot of capacity and funding and resources. So then to create a whole other AI legislation and then another AI maybe governance authority, there could also be regulatory overlaps and some inefficiency there. So I think those are some of the arguments that have been made for whether or not to even have AI governance legislation. There's also, not copying and pasting from other regulations, because now we have the EU AI Act, and we know how a lot of African countries copied verbatim the GDPR. And I think that for me, as much as I believe that, these laws are, they're good for inspiration and for benchmarking, it's also important to draft and create like country specific laws that really fit within like the context. harmonization, making sure all of these are harmonized across countries, to also avoid the risk of cross-border collaboration that we've been having with data governance, for example, and also ensuring that data that is used in AI development prioritizes public value creation, and really focuses, and not necessarily the private sector profit, but public sector, public value creation that benefits the broader, the larger economy. And so I'm actually gonna end here because I'm running out of time. But just one last thing that I would say here is also for especially government organizations to look inward, because like I said, and also with the data, especially in Kenya, a lot of people are using these AI tools already in government, in work, right? But then even at the government level, we do not have any form of AI policies, even like maybe the Ministry of Education, like having some AI policies on how staff or how AI can be used internally within the organization. And I think that is so, so important, because even if at that level, we don't have all of these processes or tools, because we also talked about some of the risks that AI poses to our, to our society. And I think that even internally, if we don't have these guidelines, it makes it even challenging to look outward, to look at it from like the country level. So I'm going to end here. I have this long list here that I think you can read, but I'm also curious, maybe if we have 2 minutes left. So if anybody has like a thoughts, a suggestion, like I'm just curious, because I feel like I've been talking for the last 30 minutes and just really want to hear from other people too. And what do you think? Oh yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my name is Dr. Johannes Gazal. I'm a monitoring and evaluation and learning expert at a local NGO here in Ethiopia. So I really apologize that we caught up to the session very late, but it's been I think it's a lot of interesting points would have been mentioned. And I just wanted to emphasize on the last points that you were mentioning, especially with national AI strategies. So it's more of a comment on how we can actually ensure that there is a better governance, especially with AI emerging technologies. So one thing I would suggest is we do have these continental blueprints, and also we have national AI strategies. But I think what we need beyond that is sectoral policies or regulations, which would cascade certain of the action lines that are outlined in these strategic documents. That will actually make it more relevant to different sectors. And I think when we go forward in that direction, I think there will be more positive results that we can see. Especially because what's happening is we're using the excuse of having this broad, all-inclusive strategy, and then we're not doing more beyond that. We're just saying, okay, we have the strategy, and then what? It's not being cascaded. So I think that should be the next step and the next point going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Anyone?
Yeah, sorry, I know we're running out of time, so I'll be brief. I will be brief. My name is Kingore Gitai. I'm a technology entrepreneur, providing professional engineering services to ISPs and mobile network operators, specifically around energy and connectivity. I'm glad to meet you, and thank you for the opportunity to raise my question. AI being a very new area, and considering how advanced it is in other jurisdictions, I think I'd like to get your thoughts on attempts to regulate practice of AI. For example, in Kenya, with the proposed AI and robotics practitioners bill, I think it's a very nascent area, and we would be hamstringing our own industry with regulations and red tape, whereas other jurisdictions are actually investing, and government is co-investing in driving their AI technologies, and they are now exporting their AI technology to our countries. So I'd be eager to hear your thoughts or anyone else's thoughts on what approaches should African countries take. One, to protect ourselves from the bad sides of AI, but not to overregulate a space that is neither here nor there in our space, in our countries, and effectively make us consumers going forward. Yeah.
I'll
Thank
just
you.
quickly respond to this and then we can go. I had a point here actually that talked about moving away from compliance focused regulation, because I think like a lot of data governance laws are very like compliance heavy. And then I think even AI is also a very interesting sector because it's evolving. Like literally you wake up next day, there's like a new way that is a new innovation, a new way that is being used. And I think that that's why I think a lot of countries have been using mostly like national strategies instead of having like laws, because of how it's evolving regularly. And also you really need to understand it could come across a bit technical even. So a lot of countries, I think, there's been a lot of recommendations on countries working with the technical community to just really understand the processes that go into it, the processes that go into like AI development and innovation, to like really understand and figure out like how to efficiently regulate it. And I think maybe that's some of the approaches that some countries have used. But I agree with you on not really over-regulating, because there are a lot of opportunities we can harness from AI, but also there are also a lot of real risks. And I think the challenge is amplifying the benefits and minimizing the risks. And I think that, I don't know, no country is really doing this, because we're all new to this and we're all figuring it out. And that's why I think I raised that point about like really figuring out if we need regulation right now, because regulation could make it complicate things and make it very compliance focused. But I think that if there are strategies and guidance and guidelines, and then government really engaging with like the relevant stakeholders, including civil society, because we often exclude them when it comes to just technology issues, I think it will be very important to really figure out what works for every country, and for every country to build something that's custom built for and tailored for their use case. Anyhow, I think we probably have to end now. Does anybody have something else to say? Because I would really want to, I wanted us to have more discussion on this. You all took my time. But anyhow, thank you very much for joining the session. I didn't even check if we had comments online. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And feel free to connect with me and we'll chat more if you have any questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So just to bring to your attention that this section is a meeting of the coordination committee, and then we expect it to be a closed section. And it's only for members who are part of the committee. So if you are not part of the committee, I would entreat that you kindly give us the room for our meeting. Thank you very much.
It works. In the morning, in the morning you do. Hello. No, but some of them they might not work.
You can start, right?
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And good afternoon, our online participants. We will welcome you once again to this coordination committee since the last time we met in May 2024. Currently, we have 7 people in the room physically, and we also have 7 people online, which makes us, which shows that we form a quorum to begin this meeting, because we need 2/3 of the 22 people, 22 institutions to form a quorum and then start our meeting. So I'm pleased to say that we form a quorum and we can begin our meeting now. Thank you very much once again for coming. We'll start with an opening remarks from GFCE. We'll call on Mokhtar to give us a short remarks.
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you everybody. And it's always good to see you. The coordination committee represents one of the, how can I say, sine qua non condition for the implementation of the African agenda for cybersecurity. The objective of the GFC has been always to coordinate, to harmonize, to make sure that there is no waste of resources and there is a knowledge sharing. It has appeared recently that most of our countries are speeding up the digitalization process without really taking care of the matters related to cybersecurity, which demand from us really to be in the front of these challenges related to cybersecurity. And the only way so far to address this is within this coordination committee, because we have drafted an agenda under the leadership of AUDA. It has been endorsed by the STC, the Specialized Technical Committee of the AU, and hopefully, as has been ensured today by the new head of ISG, that the summit will endorse that agenda. So our challenge is we have an agenda, we have a context that is required and demand from us to face this challenge of cybersecurity capacity building. We do have a good governance, which is those institutions here participating in discussing about how to implement. We have the GFC Secretariat who is really supporting this in terms of how to bring all the stakeholders around and how the international partners could help. It's required then from us really to be part of this and see how genuinely and what kind of idea we shall bring really in order to mobilize resources needed to implement the African agenda on capacity building. With that, I'll thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Over to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar. So on behalf of AED NEPAD, the director, Amin, should have been here, but in his absence, I'll step in to welcome all of you once again to this meeting. Since our previous meeting in May, we've not had the opportunity to meet again and discuss what was pending. We planned to have met in August, but unfortunately we couldn't because of the postponement of the Transform African Summit. So this presents an opportunity for us to finalize our discussion and actions that we had agreed on in May, and also see how we can move the African agenda on cyber capacity building forward, going into 2025. I want to take the opportunity to thank every participant of the committee for always availing yourself, availing yourself for the work that is put on you, and also sharing your knowledge to make sure that the coordination committee keeps on the light for CCB needs of the continent. So on this note, I want to welcome you all. Thank you very much. We would invite GFC, represented by Martin Koyabe, to give us just an overview or a brief overview of our last meeting that we had, and then continue. Martin, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard, and thank you all. I'll just take a few minutes to give you an overview. I don't know whether you can see the screen. I think the one we have is not very clear, but I'll try and go as much fast as I can. This is from a meeting that took place in May of 2024. During this meeting, there were a number of attendees who attended. I think some of you who are here and those who are joining us online were in that particular meeting. A number of action plans were presented. We went through the status of the Africa agenda on CCB, where we gave out an outline of the agenda itself. We also discussed the implementation plan, which was presented by the GFC and NEPAD. That implementation plan was a plan that needed to be circulated within us and you yourselves to see where you can be able to align some of your activities within your organizations, especially your interactions with development partners and donor agencies, so that we could be able to align resources that are focused on what the implementation plan was aiming at. We also identified some synergies. Some of you expressed some of the similarities in some of the projects and the outlines that were given, which I will present again, so that we can be able to remind ourselves of those particular actions. And then we also looked at the next steps and the way forward. And one of the suggestions of the way forward was an agreement that we were meant to interact with each of your organizations to ensure that we understood better the interactions that were happening, especially in the projects that you were doing. Those projects, we looked at specific areas of intersection between the projects and the agenda. And in some cases, we were able to extrapolate to look at some of the plans that each of the organizations had. Going forward, we had 3 very successful meetings, and I want to really thank AfriPol who made time to meet with us. We also made time to meet with CRASA and also made time to meet with IACO, who are available at the time. In terms of the actions, we agreed that system of meeting stakeholders will continue. Because of focus of time, we thought that it would be good that at this particular point, we can give the summary of what those elements were, and I will be presenting them in the next session that is coming up. So with those few remarks, I would like to stop there and then wait until when my session comes for presenting what was discussed. I will be able to cover more in detail. Many thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. So it's my honor to present the objectives of today's meeting. So as you all are aware, the agenda has been shared. The agenda for today's meeting has been shared with all the necessary documents, the implementation plan that has been developed. The minute of the last meeting was also shared. So I believe that all of us have had the chance to go through. And if there are any concerns, you've been able to raise them when it comes to the time for us to discuss. From now till we end our meeting, we are going to have a discussion on our regional perspective on current CCB challenges, and would call upon the AU-CCB to lead us, after which GFC will give us the finalization of the agenda on cyber capacity building implementation plan that we've developed. I know all of you have had the chance to go through, and then you have areas for you to input in for us to finalize and then go ahead with its implementation. From then, we'll have supposed to have ACBF presenting to us a coalition and then integration of members planned as CCB activities. So we plan to have had activities of the various committee members and their planned activities regarding CCB so that we can integrate it into the implementation plan for next year. And then from there, we'll have our resource mobilization strategies and initiatives. We'll look at how we're going to mobilize resources for the implementation of the agenda. And this will be led by Mokhtar Yadali going forward. And then we will discuss our next steps and close for today's meeting. Thank you very much. So if anyone has any addition to the agenda currently, you can let us know, or we can, if there is nothing, we can just move. Yes, the document was shared. Okay, so I see no hands up, so I think we can move on. So I will call on AU-CCB representative to lead us on the discussion on regional perspectives on current CCB challenges.
Thank you, but I'm not quite sure how you want me to lead. This is a bit unexpected, to be honest with you. Do you want me to call on each person to say something, or what is it exactly you have in mind when you say lead?
Also, we would want to know within this current year, what has been the challenges when it comes to the CCB, the CCB perspectives in the various regions that we have. So yeah, it could be an open discussion for us to know what is challenging for us.
That's my point. So you want me to basically ask each person what your challenges have been?
Lead a discussion.
Okay, fair enough.
If you might amend a little bit.
Yes.
First of all, from your point of view at the AU-CCB,
yes,
what have you seen on the current year as the challenges in CCBs? And then probably will be all chip in.
Yes. Thank you. I think it's maybe a Chinese saying or something that if your problem this year is the same as your problem last year, you've actually not made much progress. And unfortunately, I think many of our problems that we perceive this year are still the problems of last year. And one of the bigger ones remains this misperception that cybersecurity is not an African problem to solve. And that permeates everything in terms of budgeting, prioritization, engaging in discussions. And so sometimes one has to be patient until certain wheels turn, especially with what I would call the ultra high level decision makers. And I'm being very frank, so forgive me, but this is particularly, I would say, at the continental level. However, one is happy to note that in terms of some of the things going on at the regional level, there have been some inspiring activities. I mean, we heard from, I think, many of us from Folake earlier today on some of the things that they are doing in ECOWAS. I also know that at the SADC level, they are doing quite a few things, especially trying to coordinate the nations, trying to put in place certain policies and strategies, and more importantly, trying to apply them, put them into action. And then, of course, we have countries such as Mauritius, Rwanda, Morocco, Ghana. They have actually, in fact, one of the things I keep asking delegates from these countries is, why are countries that are so modest in size and in budget able to punch far above their weight? And even at the global level, I think one sees something similar with the Netherlands, with Singapore, with Estonia. So there's something about small countries, I think, that they get things done. So at the AU-SEG level, unfortunately, I think, to summarize, it's still that misperception. And I think in the opening discussions in earlier sessions, I think Mukhtar had alluded to it, that cybersecurity and access are not, they're not opposed to each other. And I think we use the example of bipedal motion, walking. You take a step in one, you take a step in another. That's actually how you keep your balance and make progress. And so some of our leaders actually focused, I think, too highly on access. But if access is not trusted, if it's not safe, and sorry, I'm preaching to the choir, but why I'm mentioning this is so that when we go back and are interacting with some of our leadership, we're able to try and explain to them that without trust, I mean, if we didn't trust the airline that brought us here, we would not enter the airplane. This is basic. And if we don't trust the pipes that carry our data, you can have all the sophisticated e-commerce you like, nobody will use it. So on that note, let me start with my diamond-rich friend. Do you have any observations from your neck of the woods, Botswana?
By the way, congratulations to Botswana for the nice transition, isn't it?
Yeah, I will take on the message and will deliver the same. But I'm representing CRASA, the Communications Regulators Association of Southern Africa, as head of electronic communications. I bring with me, I have brought with me the warm greetings from the Executive Secretary of CRASA, Madam Bridget Lindsay. What we have seen, I think, in our region is there has been an increasing awareness now on the importance of cyber security. I think the observation that has been made by my senior here is true. We worked so much as ICT regulators to accelerate access, and we left out the security or secure network component, and that truth is now catching up with us. There has been increasing incidents of fraud, and also there has been increasing cybersecurity incidents even on parts of our government's infrastructure. Well, as CRASA, currently we are working on raising that awareness first, to go beyond ICT regulators to include policymakers and high-level decision makers. We are still at the motivating stage, so that we
our hope is to move past motivating government leaders to have a shared understanding of the importance of having a secure connectivity. And we believe once we all have that shared motivation, we will be best posed to build forth. In terms of priorities in cybersecurity now, we are developing a regional critical information infrastructure framework. We have accessed a number of our partners to support, including the GFCE. I think the response has been so far so good, but we hope having regional approach will inspire countries that are in different growth stages and different trajectories. So that's what we have been doing, what we have been observing. I think collaboration and cooperation between countries is important, and this is again where regional associations or regional economic communities such as CRASA becomes critical. Given the interconnected nature of ICTs, I think we were just discussing in the morning on how do we build trust for countries to exchange information, have a shared pool of cyber expertise and exchange information and data, cross-border data transfers. I think CRASA can play a critical role in that, and we believe enhanced coordination and cooperation is important. There is still a gap in that order. So perhaps for introduction, that will be what I can submit for now.
Thank you very much. Aisha, very quickly, do you have any wise words, views for us? Thank you very much. Is there anybody online that would like to say something? Contribution from online?
Colleagues online. So we have Cedric, we have Folake, we have James. Yeah, so we have.
Do any of them want to kick off?
So Cedric, if you would like to have the floor to say something on cyber capacity challenges within your context.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me well.
We do. Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad to be able to attend. Sorry that I've not been able to make it physically, but always happy to be part of this group and exchange. On my side, I will say that I will just go along the line of what have been said before. I've seen through the year that there is a lot of initiative and a lot of awareness that has been raised. So I can see multiple things that have been done. We have been, Afrinic ourselves, we have been part of multiple sessions or exchange with either government or institutions. But one particular point that I will raise is the fact that right now there is that consciousness that has been taken by multiple governments, especially, but there's still something that is lacking, which is that they don't fully grasp the concept of cybersecurity. Because up until now, we can see lots of institutions that are, yes, strengthening their infrastructure, but yet outsourcing all that. So meaning that they are still sending their data outside of their country. And as Abdul Hakim said, you can see that the country that are small in size are the one making a lot of effort, and you can see that they have understood the fact that if you really want to implement security, yes, you need to drive it yourself and to have that data governance in order. So I would say that one point that we should also emphasize for next year, I would say, will be for them to understand that cybersecurity is something that we need to look at true. So from one end to the other, and just saying that I'm doing cybersecurity by outsourcing it to an external contractor is not a way to secure a country. So that's just what I wanted to add to what has been already shared. Thank you.
Cedric, if I may ask you a follow-up question, please. You talked about the leadership not necessarily grasping the concepts. Is there a possibility that maybe the challenge is from us, people like you and I, and the people around the table, that maybe we are not communicating in a manner that is absorbable to them? It's just a question.
Yes, actually, that's a very good question, and thank you for the question. I think that we are part of the problem, and we need to find a way to convey more, because I think that sometimes where we are, our sin is the fact that we go on the belief that people knows as much as us. So we will convey sometimes a very light message, and they will do stuff, but then they don't really see that the way they do it is actually the wrong way. Yes, they are doing something, but they are doing it the wrong way. So thank you for the question. And I think that, yes, we are part of the problem, and we need maybe to find a way to make sure that whenever we convey that message, we emphasize the importance of owning their data and data governance and data security, and especially hosting content locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Mukhtar, you wanted to say something?
And I just wanted to say something about this issue. And I'm going to address this issue with some institution on Friday, but the issue here is, as you said, either we technical people are not capable of really bringing the issue of cybersecurity into the decision board in the way that is understood. We don't present it as an economical kind of threat, nor we are putting the numbers behind the negative impact of cybersecurity in this. That is one part. The other part is we have a bunch of technical people who do develop what we so call the illusion of security. You think that if you buy a firewall, or you buy an antivirus, or anti-phishing, whatever it is, you think that you are secure. And you think you have really addressed the matter of cybersecurity. It is not. Cybersecurity solution is not acquiring antiviruses or whatever it is. It is the whole system of governance of data specifically, and how the access is being provided to the weakest person in the chain to the strongest one. So this is a dual challenge, double the challenges we do have here. And we need here, and I can tell you something, being in the space for a while and having talked for the last 3 years to a lot of people on this issue and having been with some executives, trust me, people don't understand the matter of cybersecurity. They simply don't. How we will, and there is no institution, by the way. I challenge AU, and I challenge AUDA, and I challenge any other institutions that is really addressing the issue of capacity building on matter of cybersecurity. None. So the only institutions and the only group of people in Africa specifically addressing this is this group. And if we don't do well on it, then believe me, there is nothing happening elsewhere. Or if it will happen late, because most of the countries has been waken up only lately and start creating the National Cybersecurity Agency. Can you believe that on 2024, more than 70% of the African countries don't have cybersecurity agencies, don't have entity to deal with that. 70% of them don't have cybersecurity legislations. They have cybercrime bills. They have the police who are doing something. But does it mean really cybersecurity? I don't believe so. So the restriction of understanding confusion between cybersecurity and cybercrime is different. We need to be able to explain to these people that cybercrime is just a part of cybersecurity. The fact that the police has acquired some computers and being able to trade this and have some forensic is not yet cybersecurity full. It's part of it, but it's not yet. These were the challenges are for us to explain properly wherever necessary. And the solution we have come up with in discussion last week with Audanipad, and I'm sorry, I'm anticipating a bit. We are proposing that the head of institutions, African institutions, the one forming now the coordination committee, AU, Audanipad, ACBF, Interpol, Afripol, CAIRT, the REX, and all of them, their head of station to meet at the high-level session in the margin of the GC3B2 in Geneva next year. And from there, adopt a declaration on the matters and present it in July summit to the head of state. So then we will be able not only to put the cybersecurity in the highest agenda, but create a bed for resource mobilization, and we'll come to that. I stop here because if I start developing, I will never stop. Okay,
Africa.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'll be maybe highlighting some of the challenges that as an organization we've been able to discover over time, and some of the lessons we've learned in terms of these challenges. To begin with, there's a approach that involves three key stakeholders when it comes to national security. That is the private sector, the government, and the international stakeholders who play different roles in terms of regulations and strengthening capacities. Bottom line, understanding capacities in various jurisdictions. It's not about only knowing how many experts a country has, but also the knowledge, awareness, the tools they're able to access, and also funding in terms of the resource mobilization for these capacities. Then looking at the synergies between the relevant stakeholders, you look at, as he said, if the member states have established a national regulatory body that is dealing with matters cybersecurity, and the various stakeholders involved, because understanding the different government structures really informs a lot in terms of policy formulations, whereby we might be going with one suit fits all. But in actual sense, you'll realize that different governments have different structures in terms of which authorities in charge of what policing body is in charge of what. And in some sense, yes, you might be engaging the member states, but maybe you are reaching out to the wrong persons who are involved. So the synergies, understanding how the various members of the government institutions are involved in the policy making is also very, very key. And then cooperation between international stakeholders. So during the previous sessions, I heard somebody say, yes, we might be involving the stakeholders, but are we bringing together what they're doing? Are we really bringing together what they're doing? We might be duplicating efforts that have already been done. So you're bringing a new proposal to someone's office. They read it and they say, this was done last year, but they don't really know where this is coming from. So having cooperation between these stakeholders and international institutions is very, very important. You might be presenting a good proposal, but they'll say, we read this and it's being worked on, but there's no fruit, there's no outcome. You'll have a follow-up on something which will never materialize because the initiator of this process, they are reporting elsewhere. So bringing together the various stakeholders involved or the people who will be involved in such matters is very, very important. And then the other approach is looking on emerging threats, having a proactive attitude towards challenges that are facing the African digital space. So as AfriPol, I'd say we've managed to engage with a number of stakeholders or institutions through cooperation with various law enforcement agencies. And through such engagements, we're able to learn on some of the gaps that are involved within these various institutions. And when we look at the emerging threats within the landscape, I was giving an example of AI and misinformation and deepfake. At the moment, it's being taken as an emerging technology, which is good, like ChatGPT and the like. We look at the negative parts theoretically of how AI can be used. At times, you don't even understand that disinformation and misinformation is part of the problem that AI is causing. We are looking at it as misinformation. This is just somebody going to Twitter and saying this government has done this, and it's it. There are bots involved in this type of attacks. And we have not yet gotten to a point of identifying these emerging threats as serious threats within the various jurisdictions. So we need to have a proactive approach through sensitization and giving proper recommendation on some of these challenges, because if we've been able to identify one challenge in one country, it's a matter of time before it can be replicated, and we'll be having adverse challenges and we'll not be having a stopgap measure towards stopping this trend, because the cohesion and integration of legislative frameworks within the African states is different, and by the time we've been able to manage, the damage will have occurred. So as part of the recommendation is ensuring that we, in as much as we are giving proposals to member states, which is a good measure, we also look at how we can enhance their legal capabilities by bringing forward the various stakeholders involved, coming up with recommendations first before we can give them proposals. We learned that their digital infrastructure has the following constraints. They lack the following tools, and then we give these policies recommendation for them to align these various policies within their jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. Folake, are you still there? I believe you may have some intervention. We are running short of time, so we need to tidy up. And Folake?
Yes, I can hear you. So that's your way of saying I shouldn't say too much. Okay, I won't. A very good afternoon to everyone. I completely agree with all the sentiments that have been said in the room, but I think we need to also take a step back. We continuously talk about using regs, using regional institutions, etc. Are we doing enough to actually sensitize the management of these institutions. I'm not talking about us in the room. Forget about us in the room. I'm the least technical person in this room. But when you have conversations with your C-level, cabinet level, they look at you quite blankly. And that's because three things are missing: awareness, evidence, and practicality. A lot of the heads of these institutions, their mandate is to improve socioeconomic development in their region. We have to show them how digitization and cybersecurity are key elements for this. And we're not doing that. We're also not doing that because we potentially don't have the data. I mean, African countries are notorious for not sharing data. And that may also be because they don't know how to get the data, or there's still that cultural bias in terms of, if I let out the data, will it be used against? So we need to peel back the layers and go back to the fundamentals. I hear you, Mukhtar, when you say a declaration at the next GC3B, but I don't normally disagree with you, but today I will. What did we do with the Lome Declaration? What have we done with it? So everyone will come, sing, dance, will sign off the declaration, and then it becomes paper on someone's desk again. We need to look at how to operationalize all these different pieces of paper we have all around. We're not doing anything with it. As a REC, when we talk to our member states, it's not just about talking. We have to find resources to back up the talking. And it's not just little countries that are doing well. I don't think it's the size of the country. I think it's the governance of the country that matters. It's the understanding of the leaders that actually matters. So if you look at Ghana, yeah, Ghana has a cybersecurity authority, but Ursula, the minister, she had the political will. And I say this anywhere I go. If you can open doors politically, that's 50% of the problem solved, because your technical people will tell you what the issues are. You go, you speak the lingo the president needs to hear. You've got doors opened. Nigeria, for example, still struggles. Nigeria is rich, but they struggle because they have an internal coordination problem. With all due respect to AHA, it exists, whether we like it or not. Progress. How will you go out and meet your partners? These are all the different things we need to look at. One last thing very quickly. Yes, we talk about cybercrime and cybersecurity. When I talk to people, I tell them it's the same side of two coins. Cybercrime is just you reacting to something that has already happened. If you're cyber secure, that is proactive. That just shows you that you've got the measures in place to prevent cybercrimes. So we have to look at ways of actually explaining both issues at the same time, saying if you do ABC, you can circumnavigate XYZ. I will stop there so that AHA doesn't cut me off. Thank you.
Martin.
Small contribution here regarding the elephant in the room. It's very quick. So many governments have three levels of governance. So you find you've got the legislative, that is parliament. You've got the executive, which is probably the presidency and so forth. And then you have the judiciary. And in many cases, and we'll agree with ourselves in the room here, the political arm of the government is where the real issues are. And when you look at some of the governments that we have, and some of us have been in offices where you go into a country, you have to talk to the political language before you get some things done. In some countries, without politics, nothing moves. So what we should do is we should be conscious that as much as we are talking technical and how we can be able to convince these people, the real elephant in the room is the politics. And that is the DNA that has to be understood. And when you look across the continent, any country that has made any significant progress, there will either be somebody who is politically influential, like what you've heard from Ghana, or there was somebody who, through politics, they will inhibit that progress. Many of the technocrats, some of them very good, and we know them in our field of service, cannot be able even to express themselves in a field like this because there's that political issue. So I just wanted to bring that into the consciousness of our decision making, that politics is a very, very fundamental influencer within this decision making process.
But I've not heard from you you said it's important, so what do we do?
Yeah, of course.
How do we navigate this?
To that, when you enter into a boardroom or an office and you find politicians, I learned the hard way. There are three things that you have to mention. Number one, you have to use some diplomacy. Two, you've got to mention elections, how they're going to win. Three, the money. That is the language they understand. So don't go in with money in the middle attack. I don't know what complications. They will never understand that. It's that. But I think one fundamental point that I got from the meeting that we had in Kigali recently, and I really want to take on Innocent, who is the head of RISA in Kigali. He mentioned something which is very important. He said, I think we should start concentrating on how we should secure data. Data should be our fundamental point because machines can get damaged, machines can go wrong, but if you lose the data, then you have a problem. So I think our language should always be pointing on data rather than the big picture of the technical support, because data to me looks like the way we need to look at it. And we came up with sort of like a coined word. Should we talk of InfoSat as the next generation of SATs? Because data should be the key. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't have much to say. I agree with everything has been said. But the one point that I would like to raise is I think our conversation is them and us. There is the government, but I wish we can talk more about the coordination committee itself. I feel like we have the ACE community, the coordination committee has so many technical agency, RECs, and all those things. For the past year, in coordinating how we produce something within us, because we have the political will or the will in ourselves. As ECA, for example, we have initiative. Does ECA go out and approach the ACE community or this community to make sure that we showed how coordination work? So if there is any initiative, I remember when I was doing a cybercrime training workshop in Congo Brazzaville, I struggled to find a francophone expert, technical expert. Did we manage to go back to this resource that we are setting up? I am pro what Folake said. I'm not a pro of a declaration and all those things. Yes, declaration is good. Then what should happen? So the fact that Africa Regional Hub is now here, how do we see it? So how do we move forward? All these problems, the government, blah, blah, or they don't understand, it's okay. They don't understand, it's fine. But even within us, do we have coordination? Do we produce something by being in this kind of coordination committee? I think that would be a good testament when we go out. The fact that we came together and we produce something will be a lesson learned going forward. Thank you.
So charity begins at home. Can you then suggest maybe 2 or 3 low-hanging fruits that we should look at?
I think it's simple. For example, ECA and JFC has an MOU, just an working. So all we need to do is implementation. I think we are always get stuck the implementation aspect of it. So now Africa did excellent job in creating the ACE community, the African cybersecurity expert. You don't find those kind of network in any other of the region. But how do we operationalize those experts? Now, how do we make them viable?
That's what I'm trying to get from. How?
How?
It's the how I need
for
answers.
me, is for example, if we have a database of people, you understand, a database people, whenever I have initiative, I don't have to look for the people I know, then I have a database. If I want, for example, a woman in legal space or in Central Africa, I will have that expert and I will know what she's expert at and how I deploy her. So if we can have those kind of resource pool that is led by the regional hub, I think that will be excellent job. What that should have been done by REX or AUC, but now a regional hub is here. I think that will be good low-hanging fruit that can be implemented.
Excellent, thank you. Very quickly.
So maybe to add on what she said, we can also focus to handle the political side and to get things moving. How about collaboration in terms of workshops and seminars. If you bring together different stakeholders, not just in cybersec, but also prosecution and people who will be involved in these things, bring them together, let them share their ideas, and so that you're able to learn also what are the challenges they are going through in terms of implementation of such policies you're trying to give, and then give them the challenges that are going on, give them like factual things that are happening in terms of cybercrime and the impact it's going to be having. Then you can be planting this seed for them to also expect on what they can build on when these measures are pushed.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to ask Lucky so that we can begin to round up. Well, if I go with you, I have to go with him too.
We need to leave the room in 20 minutes. We are supposed to leave it in, so we need to speed up.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but I also wanted to touch on what Sorin said, that among ourselves, I think we need more commitment within the coordination committee. Because I remember in our last meeting, we agreed that we're going to share among ourselves our activities for 2024 so that Secretariat, knowing what each and every institution does, can coordinate accordingly, send information. But Folaka said, Folaka did made mention that we are some sort of either afraid to share information or we don't want to share information at all. And if we don't do that, we are not going to move forward on that.
Experience on that with the OIC cert is that the Secretariat also has a lot of difficulty. But what they do is, first of all, they circulate a template for you to fill, which basically they now collect back and publish some kind of document, like an annual report as a Secretariat. And the idea is that if you don't report, basically you are blank. And that now is embarrassing in front of your peers. So that may be a way to encourage people, because when you say commitment, it's a very broad word where, one wants to narrow down. I need to get to Lucky so that we can round up.
I think
30 seconds.
30 seconds. I think sometimes the issue is, CERT is sharing intelligence, but now, for example, the issue is sometimes ownership. Organization like owning an initiative. So once they publish it, they have that fear of, because what Bernard says is a critical thing. We are here. We don't like sharing our initiative. We like owning it most of the time.
We actually like showing off our initiatives. That's what we found in OIC CERT. You like to broadcast, especially your successes. That's where you start.
Okay.
Very quickly, Aisha.
Very quickly, I'll be very quick.
Excellent. Last but not least, the big meat.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the first speaker that came on, he set the tone, where he created the burning platform, when he pinpointed the resistance and the reluctance by governments. And that is where it started. And when Dr. Martin summed up the government showing those three structures, which are functioning in silos and not communicating to each other, it becomes a bigger problem for us to handle. We need now to understand that government is pressed with societal issues, matters of the stomach, and we're bringing in other aspects. Private sector has been very easy to win this journey with, but it has been difficult with government. And I think that is where we should be focusing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to dare to summarize because I think some of the issues raised were more powerfully done, and also to save time. But a couple of observations. I see for example, where Martin was coming from, and it goes back to your initial, Aisha, your initial intervention. I think we need to keep in mind that we all listen to the same radio station, WIIFM, what's in it for me? So when we engage with leaders, whether they're politicians or not, we have to keep that in the back of our mind. I would also say that sensitizing of the management of institutions, we need to sensitize them to not only to building capacity, which is foundational, but also building capability and building agency so that people can actually feel they can make decisions. I also like this idea of probably a database. It sounds like quite a low-hanging fruit, and certainly the issues of collaboration and workshops. But I think another challenge, if we could consider taking it on, is to develop certain templates. For example, cybersecurity curricular templates, so that academic institutions, and I don't mean universities, polytechnics, but the institutions of government agencies, for example, the public service, the immigration, some of the security services, what you find is that when people go for a promotion, they usually go back to school and come into their promotion. And those are the levels we need to encourage syllabi, so that everybody in the society moves up. It's not just about creating specialized institutions. And I think to work with some of our African experts to adapt existing curricula from other jurisdictions into Africa, and then making it available to these and saying, look, these templates, they're there, they're free. You can now take them and tweak to your own local educational needs. I think that would be a very good legacy for us as a committee. But on that note, thank you very much. And let me hand over back to Bernard and colleagues.
Thank you very much for leading the discussion on our challenges. I know a lot has been taken down, and then we'll communicate to all of us and find relevant solutions to them. On this note, I will give the floor to Martin for him to give us an overview of the implementation plan that we have, so that we agree on it and we see how best we can implement it in 2025 going forward. Martin, the floor.
Thank you, Bernard. I know time is of the essence, and I've also been given a notice not to go beyond maybe 2 to 3 minutes. What I'll do is, most of you we've circulated the template of what the activities were. So what I'll do is just go straight to the way forward and summarize what was discussed between ourselves and 3 of the partners here. I want to also echo Jijola's principle of approach. If you don't contribute, then your organization will be blank. And I think for this case, we will give CRASA and ECOWAS the limelight because they submitted their details. And so therefore they deserve to be highlighted. Okay, so what we did is, and I want to really thank CRASA for the time they took. And I know Shuka, I think he's always quiet, but he did a lot of work and we discussed quite a bit. He gave us a lot of feedback on what they're looking at, and we looked at the ongoing projects and priorities within CRASA. We also identified a number of gaps, which I'll just highlight a little bit, and then the funding and the development partners that they are liaising with. I'm trying to display them on the screen, so if you can't see them, but I'll try and just talk them through. In terms of some of the projects, we discussed the issues around establishing the SADC-SAT and CSAT, and of course he's talked about implementing the framework for cyber resilience and disaster management, which is what has been submitted to the GFCE. An example of some of the identified CCB's activities was the development of the policy for CIP and CIP, and then there was also the need of tools within the region, development of capacity in cyber diplomacy, and also cyber resilience and so forth. Funding levels, we discussed a little bit. We talked about ITU, the GFCE, and also seeking funds for consultancy. We also agreed to make sure that we review those activities that were discussed with CRASA, and hopefully we'll take that forward. With IACO, we were very, very categorical with that. They also gave us a framework of what they're looking at. especially when it comes to assessment. And we've talked very briefly on assessments, and we would encourage that many of the members here with your constituents, we should emphasize on the critical infrastructure assessment and risk assessment, because I think that's one area which is not being done quite a lot. There is also the establishment of what we call a regional CERT, and I think that is something that is being discussed in lower tones in some regions. I know ECOWAS have put a bid to be able to see whether they can create a center for coordination for CERTs. We know SADC has what we call lightweight information sharing framework, which they're using at the moment, especially for training. The East African region is also following suit, as we've seen. Within the North and the Arab states, there is also discussions among that. Continentally, we have to be aware, there is what we call ANCA, which is the Association of National Cybersecurity Authorities. This has been fronted, I think it was conceived in 2003, in November, and it comprises of Morocco, Rwanda, and Ghana, 2023. Not 2023. And what they've done is that they now have roughly about 17 members, and Smart Africa is also part of that particular equation. And we believe this is another avenue that will really, really be able to solidify, either for good, especially when you look at what the national cybersecurity agencies are doing. And we know also Nigeria and other countries do have these kind of centers. When we had a discussion with Afripol, and I want to highlight Afripol and thank the Afripol team, we did not discuss very much in terms of what they wanted as in openly. We had a discussion where we were to exchange ideas probably in closed doors because they were a little bit concerned in terms of what they would say and how it will be for their members, which was understandable. We then agreed that we shall review that particular meeting again going forward. For the other members who are listening, especially online, and those who are here, we urge you to look at the template that we supplied, fill in those particular details, and we'll be very much ready as a secretariat to have a discussion with you going forward. The idea, as Mukta said, is to really collate all these efforts by different agencies and partners so that we can have a common language to discuss with the development partners and with the donor agencies. And that donor alignment is a very critical component for this. That's why maybe in future is a proposal, we could have this maybe observers who would come in to hear what the issues are at the tail end of this kind of meetings, so that they can go away and be able to get something out of some of these meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I also want to add that based on this consultation that we had with these institutions, we also have the proposed implementation plan that has been already shared. So I will entreat coordinating committee members to look at the implementation plan and then send in their concerns so that we can rectify or modify the implementation plan before next year. Thank you. On this note, I will give the floor to Mokta for a minute or two to tell us on how we are resource mobilizing for the implementation of the agenda. Yeah.
Thank you, Bernard. First of all, the subject is very deep and required a lot of discussion. And what I would propose to you is probably to have a complementary online kind of meeting to discuss specifically this matter about resource mobilization and what kind of strategy, because it's really demand a lot of things, and I need to explain really from all point of view what could be the appropriate approaches after all we have done in talking to different institutions. The GFCE and the Secretariat have spent, specifically the GFCE Africa Hub, we spent the last 4 months talking to different funding institutions from at the national level, at the regional level. For instance, we spoke to EU offices, regional ones in South Africa, Western African region, Abuja, Lagos, etc. We spoke to many other institutions, and we have come up with some conclusion. We spoke to the World Bank, we spoke to ADB, we spoke to some national banks, and we come up with different ideas and concepts with regard to specifically how these people or these institutions see, first of all, Africa, what kind of investment they wanted to do in Africa, what kind of donations or the grants or loans they are preparing to do, what are their methodologies and what they are proposing to do, what kind of approaches we do. And this required from us really to discuss that and have some kind of, program. But basically, if I talk about the landscape, actually, the main institutions that are no African institutions actually is willing to put a penny on cybersecurity and specifically on cybersecurity capacity building. We did a very good one in now getting into the African Development Bank. So now we are starting discussing with them how to bring the African Development Bank into the space of cybersecurity and specifically on the space of cyber capacity building. That is business to, how can I say, to be confirmed and so on, and we need to discuss that later on. The United States and United Kingdom are the only institutions, government or entities now interested in doing something, really, in addition to what they do in the digitalization space. But the difference between what they are providing to Africa and what they are providing to Asia is the ratio 1:5. So if they give 1 million to Africa, they are giving 5 million to Asia and so on. And the fact is because they are more interested in addressing China's challenges back in Asia than in Africa, while China is already spreading its influence all over by putting every single network component coming from China. 75% of the market of all ICT, IT is now coming from China. The Europeans, GIZ is actually more interested on CBMs and cyber diplomacy, and they are putting some money here and there for capacity building. The European Union within the Team Europe are planning to pour $100 million within Africa, but that is not really on cyber nor in capacity building, but in general. And somebody has to draw their attention. And the government of Netherlands has already started that cyber capacity building and needs some part of that chunk of that money. So this is basically what is the landscape. What we have done from the GFC point of view on behalf of is to see how we can build partnerships based on project proposals and action plan within institutions to go with them to go for resource mobilization. So in this case, we already have an MOU with the ACBF, African Capacity Building Foundation. We are now working on how to do project proposal and go for funding. We have signed an MOU with AUDA. We have now 2 projects on pipeline for which we would be looking for resource mobilization for it. We have signed an MOU with the United Nations Technology Bank for least developed countries, and we are now working on project proposals, specifically on AI and emerging technology. We have signed an MOU with GFC, with UNICA, but yet to be implemented somehow in order to do resource mobilization. Why we do that? Because institutions that are providing grants or funding demand for proposals coming from well-recognized institutions through which they do their political leveraging. So GFCE doesn't bring them any political leverages, but if the project is coming through one of the institutions like AUC, AUDA, or UNICA, it has a better chance to be accepted. Better chance. I didn't say that it's 100% because the World Bank, yes, World Bank, for instance, gives only grants, right, to countries or loan to countries. They don't donate, and they don't have the concept of regional project unless 2 or 3 countries are committed to use the grant they are provided to them to make it regional. So that is where we need to think about our strategy. This is why I am proposing 2 things. And you are right to agree with me in saying, when I say about the declaration, probably some people will say that it is another declaration like at Lomé. Lomé declaration was good, but it has kept in the drawers. It hasn't bring to the attention of the leadership itself. It didn't go through any big institutions like EU or AUDA or anyone else. It just stayed there as a good declaration, waiting for the country to understand. And the same thing for the Accra call, whatever it is. What we are proposing today is to give a reason for those funding institutions to see that is an agenda endorsed by the African Union. There is a declaration endorsed by the African Union, and hence this is a justification for you to really pour money on that. That is the reason for that. So I stop here, but I will be glad to have a specific session on this so we can discuss action plans, project proposals, and what will be our strategy really in going to donors from regional, national, and continental point of view.
What is the impact, do you think, on funding sources of Trump? And I don't mean specifically American funding.
Wonderful question.
But if Trump stops funding to NATO and the Europeans have to shore up NATO funding, they're going to take the money from somewhere.
This is a wonderful question, and this is a $1 million question. Here, what? No, Donald Trump is known by being somebody pragmatic and transactional. What's in for me? If there is nothing in for America, America first will not happen to him. He won't betray America first. So the European Union or the European countries have seen that coming, that there will be Trump too. That's why most of the funding, right, on international development has been cut by 30% at least already, without having, the confirmation, right? Already without having the confirmation, the international aid has been cut by 30%. Now, if Trump comes in with his new Secretary of State, right, and probably a new World Bank president, something, right, something will change, and everybody see that the multilateral cooperation will not happen during the Trump time, and hence the funding will be cut. This is why we Africans and we experts here need to go back to the African institution. And this is why the GFCE, we have seen this coming, and we are going to FDB and going to African banks in order to get our own national kind of domestic funding to do whatever we want to do with digitalization.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar. So next on our agenda is next steps. I think from here, due to time, we are going to share the minutes of this meeting, and we are going to also entreat committee members to provide information, especially to the implementation plan that we are going to share, and also provide us with activities or planned activities that they intend to do in 2025 so that we can coordinate and then align accordingly. So on this note,
can I suggest that based on some of the discussions, that the next steps are already intrinsically mentioned, and so you can take the liberty of extracting from our suggestions those next steps, please.
Sure, but then also for the fact that not all of us are present here. So yeah, we need to get all of them. So on this note, yes, we'll do that. Yeah, thank you very much for the suggestion. So on this note, we'll close for the meeting. Thank you so much. Those online, thank you very much for availing yourself. Cedric, Folake, Mr. James from EAC, we acknowledge your presence. And thank you very much for your presence this very odd hour for this meeting. We'll send the information to you in no time. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.